Hey guys, welcome to Fanfic Fanatics. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku became Mobian and fell in love with Rogue? Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe if you are interested in MHA fanfictions. This story is Izuku becomes a Mobian, that's it, by Ninj45WORD. Now without wasting any more time, let's dive in. Izuku was walking towards Ua. He had been training himself for the last 10 months of his life, all for the moment he would need to enter the school and prove to everyone around him that a quirkless hero really is possible. He would even prove that to All Might himself. It had been 10 months since Izuku had last seen the number one hero, and he made it his mission that if he walked around his normal routes to get to school as well as the store over that time, that he wasn't near the man. He had really crushed his dreams of becoming a hero that day 10 months ago, and he really didn't want to talk to the hero about it, especially now of all times. He reached into his backpack to get some water as he wanted to be fully ready for the entrance exams. Even if he didn't pass the practical, considering he'd be fighting against robots, he had read about the practical exams on the website talking about UA's entrance exams about 4 years ago when they made it possible for the quirkless to enter that prestigious school. He was mentally prepared to take the general education test as well in case he didn't get into the heroics course, and as he walked through the city on his way to the train station to get to Tokyo, an explosion happened to his right. Looking over at the area where a wall was broken apart, he found that there was a civilian laying under some rubble. As he rushed over to them before his mind could even process what was happening. Pulling the rubble off the civilian, he found that the man was bleeding from his head as Izuku managed to pull them out. "Why, young man? What are you doing here?" the older man asked. "I'm here to get you out of here," Izuku said, with a small grin. "Well, keep yourself hidden. There are villains in the building," the older fellow said, as Izuku hauled the man to the street and called for paramedics and heroes. "How many villains are inside the building, sir?" Izuku asked, as the man coughed. There should be around 5 villains. But you should really be focused on the one in front of you," the older fellow said, as he grunted in pain. What are you talking about? There's nobody in front of me," Izuku said, before the older fellow's face became a sneer. "I always love messing with the righteous ones," the older fellow said, as he placed all 5 of his fingers on Izuku's chest. Izuku had only a few moments to think about what was happening before the effects of a quirk activated. He felt as though all his bones were becoming mush as well as his body shrinking in size before he became a splatter of blood on the ground near the man on the ground. He smirked to himself as he got up from the ground, shaking off the remaining dust and debris as he walked back towards the building as he called out to his allies in the building. "Hey, we got a witness outside that I just took care of. Be careful," the man said, as the others gave him a smirk and ran up the stairs to begin their purge. Equals 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 equals. Izuku stared off into the distance as he thought about everything in his life building up to that moment in time. He seriously couldn't believe that was how he went out. He died because of the fact that he thought that an older gentleman was hurt, and he was taken advantage of. He slowly began to cry as to how his mother would now become very distraught with the death of her son, not that he really believed that she would be sad. He'd seen how she was very dismissive of him over the years when it came to his classes at school. She knew about how he was bullied every day, and she still did nothing about it. He had even attempted to tell her about it, but she was very drunk at the time and just yelled at him to just leave her alone. As he stared at the glowing world around himself, he thought about what kind of life he could get. Kachan got what he wanted from Izuku. He had died in order to make the boy's life much better. He just wished that it didn't come at the cost of thinking he'd saved the life of an elderly man. Shaking his head to get out of the strange thoughts of self-deprecation, Izuku had looked at the glowing light in the distance as he started to walk towards it. He had no idea what that would do for him, considering the fact that his entire body feels weightless, and at the same time he was feeling pain all over his body, but that was par for the course for a life he lived. By the time he reached out for the light at the end of the weird empty void, he suddenly felt his entire body begin to break apart as he suddenly disappeared from the void. Dash 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 dash. Dr. Robotnik was sleeping in his bedroom, as it was around midnight at the moment. Evil can't do more evil if they aren't getting enough sleep after all. He was having the greatest dream of his life as he thought about terraforming the entire world of Mobius into a robotic paradise where everything can survive anything that the universe can throw at it. And he had managed to catch that damn rat of a hedgehog Sonic in one of his many devices that could handle the power of the Chaos Emeralds. He slammed a button in the dream to transform Sonic into a metallic version of himself as he began to laugh hysterically at how he managed to finally defeat the blasted hedgehog once and for all. Beep 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 beep. Gr. Robotnik screamed in fear as he fell from his bed. What the hell is going on out there? He called out, gathering his clothes and putting them on. Looking at the time on his alarm clock showed that it was only 3 in the morning for him as he grumbled to himself, leaving his bedroom. Entering the hall, he found himself staring at a scene that could be comedic for him as he just stared at the scene before him as he saw an unconscious green Mobian sleeping in the middle of one of his traps. Placing a hand over his face and rubbing it down his mustache, he walked over to the tube that held the Mobian as he tapped on the tube itself to see if he could wake them up. Nothing happened each time he tapped on the tube, so pulling it away, he reached out to the Mobian and poked his body, soliciting a groan of pain and discomfort from the small being. He watched as they slowly sat upright as their ears flopped over their face adorably. That was if he could call the action adorable. Where am I? The small creature asked, as he took in his surroundings. Welcome to the new base of operations for the glorious Dr. Robotnik. Robotnik called out, throwing his arms out. Who are you? Izuku asked, as the man just turned white in color. Don't tell me that you've never heard of me, brat. I'm the great and indespicable Dr. Ivo Robotnik, otherwise known as Dr. Eggman by that filthy hedgehog and his friends. Dr. Eggman said, as he grumbled, scuffling his foot on the tiles. I've never heard of you, sir. Do you know where I am? The small Mobian asked, confusedly. Are you sure that you want me to answer that question for you? You are on Mobius within my base of operations. Now are you working with that dreaded chipmunk Sally Acorn? Eggman questioned as he glared into the bunny's eyes with his goggle-covered eyes. Mobius. What are you talking about? I was on Earth before I woke up here. Wait. Why'd I have fur instead of regular fleshy arms? The small Mobian screeched in clear confusion and fear. Eggman thought about how to answer the boy's question before he had a thought of his own. What was this boy doing in his building, and what could he do to gain their trust? Shaking his head, he just decided that it wasn't worth it to stay awake any further and just grabbed the Mobian by the ears and dragged them through the halls. All the while the small Mobian had just been struggling to get away from his grasp as he pointlessly struggled in his arms the entire time. By the time Eggman had made it to the outside of his base, he tossed the small Mobian out of his base before slamming the door. Not before he left the small creature with a final set of words for the evening. If you don't want to be killed by me, just head over to those dreaded hedgehogs. I don't have time to deal with you at 3 in the morning, Eggman said, as the small Mobian had rushed away from the place in a hurry. Dash 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 dash. Izuku ran through the woods near the base of operations that belonged to the weird scientist Eggman. He had no idea why he had this innate fear of the man, but he really didn't want to piss him off further, so he followed the man's directions. He was kind of like Kachan, except he didn't use a quirk. But aside from that, the small bunny boy had rushed through the forest as fast as he could as his ears flopped in front of his face. He was running through every single scenario about what in the world was happening. But he kept drawing into one singular scenario that he'd never thought was possible. He was probably reincarnated into another world to live out the rest of his days there. By the time he had run out of stamina to continue running through the forest, he stopped to hide in a tree. It was in the middle of the night, So he wanted to get as much sleep as possible in order to have enough energy to continue exploring what this world has to offer. If he was in another world, he was definitely going to see if certain things were helpful or not, and he was going to head to this hedgehog and his friends to see what they were all about. Falling asleep on the branch, he was currently unaware of the set of eyes that glared at him through the bush of leaves at the bottom of the tree as he cuddled himself against the trunk of it. By the time it was early morning, Izuku woke up with a start as he looked around his area before noticing a weird animal staring at him on the tree branch. They were like a snake, but for some reason they were opening their mouth towards him before he immediately entered fight or flight mode. Which for him was the latter. Running down the tree, Izuku immediately took off in a dead sprint to get away from the area of that animal that attempted to have him for breakfast. As he continued to run through the forest, he wasn't paying attention to where he was rushing off to as he finally reached the outside of it before he quite literally jumped off the ledge. Ah! Izuku screamed as he fell into the watery river at the bottom of the cliff. And before he could even attempt to escape from the water, he was taken downstream. Screaming the entire way as he struggled to swim in the roaring rapids as they tugged him down even further down the river as he struggled to keep himself above the water's surface. About a minute later, his head hit a rock causing him to go unconscious from the harsh smack and the river carried him down the stream. A few hours later Izuku found himself on the bank of the river as he slowly got himself up from where he was laying on the ground. Shaking the water from his body, he looked at his form in the river's reflective surface and made multiple observations. Firstly, was the fact that he looked like one of those plushy bunnies that were stuffed animals. Secondly, he had weirdly oversized ears on top of his head, and the final thing he'd observed was the fact that since he was now a bunny, his eyes were definitely larger than normal. He decided to check under his pants to see what he looked like since he wasn't exactly human anymore and was very disturbed by how he looked. And with a blushing face, he pulled his face away from his crotch as he shook his head thinking about what to do in this world. Since he couldn't find a feasible way back to his old world, he thought about just staying within this world. It couldn't be that hard to live here in the wilderness, right? For the last time, Amy, I can't take you out on a date today. I've got a big project with the tornado that needs my full attention. A very young voice called out, Tails, god damn it. I want you attention, and I want it now. A feminine voice called out, as Izuku hid in the brush nearby. Who are they? I hope they are nicer than they sound. Izuku thought to himself as he watched the two enter near the river. Amy, I will spend time with you later. I need to see what the scanner stated about something appearing near the riverfront. That's weird, it said that a life form was nearby. I wonder if it's broken. The fox said, as he swished his tails behind himself. Tails, you sure that there was something here? A pink hedgehog asked, as she stared at the fox. The scanner is never wrong. Let me give it another shot. The fox, Tails said, as he pulled out the device. As he turned the machine on, Izuku felt his heart rate increase dramatically as he hid within the brush as he curled in on himself as much as he could. And that was when he heard movement near him as he opened an eye to see two pairs of eyes staring at him in shock and confusion as he stared at them whilst he hyperventilated at how they stared at him blocking the sun. See, Amy. I told you that my scanner cannot be broken. Tails said, as he jumped into the air. Hey, are you alright? You seem to be having a slight panic attack, Amy asked, as she ignored Tails. Why yeah. I'm fine. But where am I? Izuku asked, as he stared at the two fearfully. Don't worry, little guy. Big sister Amy is here to help you find your way around here. Amy said, picking Izuku up from his seated position. Why you don't seem that much older than me, Izuku muttered. How old are you anyway? She asked, as Izuku shuffled his feet. I am 14. Izuku said, looking away. Really? I'm 15, but that is just surprising. Amy said, as she looked to Tails. I'm 14 as well. Nice to meet you. Tails said, holding a hand out. Midoriya Izuku. Izuku said, shyly taking the hand. Nice to meet you, Izuku. Name's Miles? Tails, Prower. But you can just call me Tails, Tails said, with a smile. Why, you're named after miles per hour? Izuku asked, confused. Yep, anyway, this here is Amy Rose. She's my girlfriend, Tails said, happily. A girlfriend that you're not spending time with, Amy said, as she smacked Tails on the head. Izuku watched the two converse with one another as they led him towards where a small city was located. As they talked to one another, Izuku found himself falling into the conversation without much help as he listened to everything they all spoke about and taking it to heart immediately. And soon enough they stood over a very large city that looked highly advanced in terms of overall technology alone. And that is when someone new arrived as he had overheard the trio walking towards the cliff overwatching the city. That is Central City. It's a place that gets attacked by poachers as well as Eggman from time to time, but you should know that it's safer out here in the woods. Name's Sonic. Sonic the Hedgehog. The Blue Hedgehog said, happily. Izuku stared at the Blue Hedgehog for a moment before taking in everything that happened in his early morning, and promptly fainted on the ground. Izuku woke up a few minutes later as he shook his head. He was feeling something underneath his head as he felt something very soft, turning his head slowly expecting to be a female giving him the famed lap pillow that his perverted classmates at Aldera had spoken in secret about. Only to find that he'd been sleeping on a small couch that had just been able to keep his small frame on it because of how short he was. He had no idea as to why he thought someone was giving him a lap pillow, but he didn't care at this point in time. Feeling around his head, he found his bunny ears still on top of his head as he let out a sigh. Everyone always had compared his meek personality to that of a bunny, and now that he felt the trademark ears on his head he pouted. Well, at least my C classmates were right about my P personality. C, can I at least use my ears as a weapon though? Izuku muttered to himself. But if I were to use them as a W weapon, wouldn't that be as assault? Izuku muttered. I know that I'm not that. Well. Izuku continued to mutter to himself. As the young bunny had been muttering to himself, he was completely unaware of the fact that someone was overhearing his little mutter session. They looked around the corner and smirked to themselves before walking out from behind the wall they were standing behind. They sat next to the bunny as he kept muttering to himself, pulling a small notebook out of his backpack, and from what the newcomer could see, it was burned and destroyed by water damage. They cringed as they watched the bunny prepare to write in the ruined notebook before he sighed and turned to look around the place only for green eyes met blue as they finally took notice of the other. Sorry, I didn't mean to disturb you, Izuku said, as he bowed whilst sitting. Don't worry about it, little guy. Now can you inform me as to what you're here for? Sonic wouldn't stop talking about you, especially about how comically large your ears were. The chipmunk questioned. My name is Izuku. Midoriya is Izuku. Izuku said, as the chipmunk nodded. Well, Izuku, welcome to the resistance base within the Central City National Forest. I'm Sally Acorn, princess of the Acorn bloodline within the Acorn Kingdom. Sally said, rubbing Izuku's furry head, and nice to meet you. Mrs. Acorn. Izuku said, as Sally chuckled. Don't worry about using my last name, I threw that away as soon as I became the leader of the freedom fighters. Sally said, as Izuku looked concerned. Why? Izuku asked, as Sally chuckled even more. I joined them because Dr. Eggman wouldn't stop attacking everyone in Mobius. I plan on reclaiming my title as the princess as soon as Eggman is either in prison or killed. I don't really care about what happens to him, Sally said, as Izuku nodded. As Sally continued to tell Izuku about his job as a new member of the Freedom Fighters, Izuku was looking confused as to why he was being chosen to be a part of her Freedom Fighters. She then asked him later on about if he wanted to really see if he could weaponize his ears as well as other body parts. Izuku blushed when she finished that sentence earlier, but he nodded the same at her as she showed him around the Freedom Fighter base. As he looked at all the people fighting for the freedom of all Mobians as well as the takedown of Dr. Eggman, he took in a deep breath as she brought him to the fighting arena as she called it. She pulled over a large dummy of Dr. Eggman as she gave him the go-ahead to use his ears against it. He tensed his ears for a moment as he felt them harden slightly in preparation as he swung his head around and slammed them into the dummy of Dr. Eggman, only for him to hold his ears in his hands as he let out a small yelp of pain. Well, it appears as though you can't use the ears as a weapon. I don't know why they are so large though, Sally said, writing down her observations in a small notebook. Well, I've never used a limb like my ears like this before. So I wouldn't know how to utilize them properly. Izuku replied as Sally stared at him. Did you ever learn how to fight from someone? She questioned as Izuku shook his head. I don't belong in this world. All I know is the fact that I appeared here. Izuku said, as Sally nodded. Where did you come from then, if you don't mind me asking? Sally asked, as Izuku spoke up. I came from a W world where S superpowers like S Sonic's SP speed were commonplace. I wasn't born W with a superpower of M my own, Izuku said, looking away sadly. Not everyone was made for being a hero, but what are your other skills? Sally questioned. I don't know, Izuku said, as he rubbed the back of his head. All right, what are your hobbies? She asked, as Izuku smiled sadly. I wrote down A about the Q quirks of my P peers. T the same for H heroes and some V villains, Izuku said, as Sally immediately took notice of how less he stuttered on that subject. How would you take notes on them? She asked, as she was hoping he'd say a notebook. I would write down their quirks down in my hero analysis notebook. I would try and write down all my theories about their Q quirks or see which fighting S style works best for them. B but everyone just T told me that I was M more of a stalker WI with my notes. Izuku said, looking away from Sally. I think I know what kind of personnel you can be for the freedom fighters. Sally said, smirking. W what? Izuku asked, as Sally smirked even more. You can be someone who observes the fighting styles of our opponents. If you can figure out how they fight, then your notes on how they fight can be a boon for our cause to stop Eggman once and for all, Sally said, as she pulled Izuku over to some computers. Equals 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 equals. For the remainder of the evening, Izuku was shown multiple videos about Sonic and his friends fighting the Robotnik robots. Not to mention the fact that Izuku was shown how the robots specifically fought, and Izuku wrote everything down in a new notebook that was given to him by Sally. She knew that he was sad when he saw his previous notebook and gave him a new one so that he could transfer all his notes from the old one into the new one. But also, another one for specifically writing about the enemies they come across, so that the next time they come across such a foe that they can take them down with a strategy. For the rest of the night, Izuku was in the computer room as he looked at the multiple videos of Sonic and his friends fighting Robotnik and his badniks. He was very surprised with how simple they fought, as though they were given very predictable fighting styles as if they weren't made to take on Sonic and his friends. He also noticed how each and every time that Sonic and Co had taken down a specific badnik, a small bird creature would fly outside of it. And as he looked through multiple more videos he found that they were the same for different species of robots that Robotnik had sent out to Sonic and his crew to take on. But the fights he had been shown about Robotnik and Sonic specifically, he was greatly underwhelmed by how the fights take place and end. To be honest, he doesn't know why Sonic doesn't even catch the man if he has the speed to catch up to the man in his speeder vehicle without any effort. From his speed feats alone, Izuku knew that Sonic could easily end the fight between him and Eggman quite easily. But for some reason he holds back enough to allow Eggman to get a few good hits in that could become fatal if he gets hit harder than what Eggman throws at him. Eventually Sonic will become so arrogant in battle that he'd get taken advantage of during a moment of his guard being lowered, and Eggman could quite easily kill him without even knowing it. I as the freedom fighters. Incompetent? I am being shown multiple videos of Sonic's fight with Eggman at the end of each zone. And each time he lets Eggman go for some reason. What is going on? Izuku muttered to himself. What are you doing in here still? I thought you were in bed? A familiar voice called out behind him. Huh? Izuku asked, turning around to see Sally behind him. Sally? Izuku asked, as Sally herself looked into his eyes. What is it? You should be going to bed to get some sleep. Sally said, as Izuku cleared his throat. Why does Sonic let Eggman get away multiple times? Izuku asked. What are you talking about? Sally questioned. Well, looking at the F footage alone. Sonic is allowing Eggman to escape. Izuku informed as Sally looked at multiple zones. Are you sure that Sonic is allowing him to get away? Sally questioned. Why yeah, Sonic has shown feats of speed that should allow him to see catch and bring Eggman to J justice multiple times. How fast can Sonic go exactly? Izuku asked, as Sally looked at him in the footage. He can go faster than the speed of sound as well as light itself. From one of our adventures, he has managed to run so fast he traveled through time. Sally said, as Izuku gulped. Well, if he can move that fast. Why is He allowing Eggman to escape each time? Izuku asked. You pulled the words out of my mouth. Get some sleep, kid. We will need your brain later on. I need to have a word or two with Sonic. Sally said, her little tuft of hair covering her eyes. Walking around the Freedom Fighters' base of operations, Izuku looked around for a door with his name on it. But that proved to be something very difficult, as he had no idea where the small rooms where the Freedom Fighters had their spare bedrooms. Shaking his head, he had walked towards a small hole on the ground that had a small sign hanging just above the small hole with his name on it. They were really taking his bunny name to heart, huh? Moving into the small underground hut, he looked around the area and found that it was actually very comfortable looking on its own. He found the bed nearby as he laid down on it as he thought about his night, and for the moment, he wouldn't mind Sonic getting in trouble with Sally for his actions of not taking Eggman in when he has the chance. If he really wanted to make sure that Eggman didn't get away with whatever he did to the entirety of Mobius, he really should try and take him in. Off in the distance, a weird black smoky ghost mist had shown itself around the small base of operations of the Freedom Fighters. It smiled evilly as it took in the view of his target to take over. Licking his lips, he let out a raspy laugh that was followed by him slowly disappearing into the sky, his red eyes glowing in the dark sunrise of the morning. Whilst Izuku was hiding in his little den, Sonic had arrived after fending off an attack from Eggman. He was looking particularly happy as he walked through the base of operations for the Freedom Fighters. The place was a small safe haven for him to relax for a bit. What he had not been prepared for was a very irate Sally rushing towards him with murder on her mind as she stopped in front of him before taking in a deep breath. She glared at him for a moment as Sonic attempted to read what kind of situation he was entering and thought she was angry for not getting her something to eat for her cravings. As he opened his mouth to speak, Sally had just thrown a small notebook into his face, causing him to grab it from midair, giving her an expression of pure calm and collectiveness. Any reason why my girlfriend is wanting to throw something at me unprovoked? Sonic questioned. Unprovoked? Do you have any idea as to what I had just dound out this morning? Sally screamed at him, gaining attention. What is it? I don't know what you're talking about unless you tell me. Sonic retorted. The fact that you nearly let Eggman escape from every encounter the two of you have. That's what? Sally screamed at him. What are you talking about? I'm never letting him go, Sonic said, as he glared at Sally. Read those notes then, Sonic. Those are from that new rabbit that joined our group. I asked him what his skills were and was told by him specifically that he was very keen on observation. And what do you know? Every time you fight Eggman, there are exact moments in time where you can take him down once and for all. Sally said, as Sonic looked down at the notebook. He opened it slowly, thinking that something was going to leap out and attack him. And as he saw the language written, he saw that the writing could be improved upon from how whoever wrote this rambled on in the notes itself, but they were very good if they were able to keep him in his line of sight through electronics. But by the time it reached the moments at each zone where he fights Eggman, he paid extra attention to those fights as it portrayed him as merely having fun in the fight instead of being completely serious. Even he had to admit that whilst these notes aren't wrong about him having fun in his fights with Eggman, they were very eye-opening for him as they mentioned multiple times he could have attacked when he instead dodged. Scratching the back of his head, he merely closed the notebook, having seen everything he needed to, and gave the notebook back to Sally, who just glared at him even harder. What do you want me to say? Can't I at least have fun messing with Eggman whenever we meet? Sonic asked as Sally looked like she was about to burst a blood vessel. Your job is to make sure that Eggman can't attack us anymore, and what are you doing currently? Sally asked, angrily. I'm relaxing. You are aware that those robots of his aren't very featherlight in their general makeup. They are metal that I am slamming my body into each and every time I fight Eggman himself, as well as when he uses his giant mechas. Sonic said, as he looked around. What are your plans for when you meet Eggman next? Are you going to let him get away again, or are you finally going to nab him before taking him to prison? Sally questioned. Geez, you make it sound as though I'm the bad guy for not being able to catch him. Sonic said, cleaning out one of his ears. That's because it should be extremely easy for you to grab him. You are the fastest thing alive. You could easily enter his base without him knowing about it and just pull him out with him being none the wiser. Sally yelled. Who was the person who wrote this? Sonic asked, pointing to the notebook. What? Are you going to get angry with whoever wrote it? Sally questioned, her anger slowly ebbing away. No, I'm going to congratulate them for managing to figure out many ways for me to end a fight between me and Eggman. I may be the fastest thing alive, Sally, but that doesn't mean that I'm the smartest. Sonic said, as he walked away. Whilst Sonic walked away, the ghost form hiding in a nearby tree flew towards Sonic at blinding speeds. And before the hedgehog could even react to what was happening, the ghostly form had taken control of his body, continuing his walk away from the area to begin his own nefarious plans for this world of Mobius. Izuku was sleeping for a few hours. He was having a dream where he wasn't in the world of anthropomorphic animals who could move faster than the speed of light and sound, who had two tails to fly, had strong knuckles that allowed them to both climb and quills that allowed small forms of flight. Don't even get him started on how loud Sally could be when she was furious about whatever happened outside the little den he'd been given for himself. And as the hours continued further, Izuku came out of the den at around midnight as he stretched his body before looking around the place. Everything was covered to the brim with blood and guts everywhere. Something fell on top of his head as he looked around and felt his furred head. Pulling his hand back, he found that the comically large glove on his hand was covered in blood as he looked around the area. Once he gained the thought process to look up, he found multiple bodies lying across the trees and he found that Sally wasn't amongst them at all. Shaking his head in slight fear as to what could have done this, he initially thought of Eggman, but then another thought had come up to him all on its own. What if Sonic got angry at Sally and decided to really snap against her? Shaking his head, he knew that Sonic wouldn't kill one of his own like this. Much less in such a very gruesome and harsh way. He moved through the trees and forestry as he looked at each and every dead corpse on the ground. He eventually came across what some of the others within the Freedom Fighters, on his first day by the way, called Flickies. They were small bird-like creatures that the Freedom Fighters stated that they'd protect with their very lives, and those little creatures were lying on the ground dead as well. He felt tears falling from his eyes as he looked at each and every dead body on the ground before moving to head back into his den, his face filled with complete fear as he sat down on the ground. For the next few minutes, Izuku sat there feeling all the death and fear that had filled the area above ground. He felt a small shiver down his spine as he thought something was watching his home from afar before leaving the area as a whole as if to report something. It was here that Izuku felt as though he'd need to leave his home and make sure that he makes a new base of operations to protect himself from whatever threat had just found him. Grabbing a backpack, he filed it with clothing and food plus water. Once that was done, he put on some shoes and climbed out of his little hut and rushed off into the brush. It was a good thing that he did, because as soon as he disappeared from the den, something fell from the sky and destroyed it entirely. He held his breath as he looked at Sonic as he held a very different vibe from when he first met the hedgehog. This version of Sonic was very clearly not the Sonic that he'd met earlier that morning, and he could easily tell this from how this Sonic had very red, crimson-colored eyes and yellow teeth. Sonic had blue-green eyes and white teeth, and he definitely didn't have sharp teeth except for his canines. It looks like he got away. Damn, I should have just attacked when I had the chance earlier. Lord X will not be happy. A distorted voice of Sonic said, albeit a little raspy. No matter, I will find him later. I have a few more souls to collect before I can even reach Mountain Peak. He said, before rushing away. Once the evil Sonic had left the area, Izuku came out of his hiding spot as he rushed off into the dark night of the forest. As he ran, he couldn't help but think that he was extremely lucky as to how he had that feeling of being watched before his home was crushed into nothing. Call it a danger sense from his new body, but Izuku liked to make it feel as though it was his experience from knowing that he was being followed back in his original world. Shaking his head once again, he needed to keep his eyes on the only thing he should be knowledgeable about. Getting away with his life and survive long enough for Sally and the other freedom fighters, if they are still alive. He continued to rush through the forest as he stepped on small twigs before he fell into a small pit. He noticed that it wasn't just any kind of pit, it had spikes at the bottom as Izuku just flailed around thinking that he was about to die for the second time. But he felt as though he stopped falling at some point, and as soon as he opened his eyes, he found that he was just barely floating above the spikes. Letting out a small sigh of relief, he tried to fly higher than he was and he felt himself float higher. Once he got up to high ground, he felt something fall on top of his head and felt that his ears had suddenly grown in size, acting as if they were propellers. I guess I found a way to use my giant ears," Izuku muttered before taking off. "I need to find everyone, but I don't know about what this world has or what zones there are. I just hope that I find a place that looks slightly familiar," Izuku said to himself. Moving forwards through the forest, Izuku came across a giant golden ring as it was just sitting there. He walked up to it as he saw that there was a giant island in the sky on the other side of it, so not thinking straight, he stepped foot inside of the golden ring as he was suddenly taken inside of it. "No," a voice from the forest called out, revealing the Sonic lookalike who was angrily looking where the golden ring had once been. "Damn it, I was so close to ambushing him. Lord X will not be happy that I let another of the freedom fighters escape," he muttered. "Xenophanes," a very loud voice called out. "Shit," the Sonic lookalike said, before rushing towards a nearby red giant ring. Equals 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 equals. Izuku appeared on an island that was high in the sky. He looked over the edge of it and saw that he was thousands of feet in the air and gulped nervously as he walked through the destroyed island of the sky. He saw the place was still on fire as he walked through it, and as he cautiously walked through the flaming forestry, he found that there was something nearby on the ground and walked over to it. Picking up the item from the ground, he found that it was a small arm blaster rifle, and he thought to himself of something he'd heard back when he was at the Freedom Fighter campsite. This was Tails' weapon. How did it get lost here? Izuku muttered as he put it on his arm. Well, I guess I can just return it to him once I get away from this place. Whoever destroyed it must not be nearby right now. But if they could find me in my little den, they could most definitely find me here. Izuku muttered again before rushing away. So this is the bunny you lost track of. He appears to be disappointing to me. No matter, I will take care of it. Xenophanes, just head back to the underworld. I will take care of that little rabbit, the voice said, as Xenophanes gave a gruff grunt. As Izuku rushed through the flaming island, he found himself coming close to an area where he could see a giant emerald on a pyramid structure. He ran over to it as he saw how large it was compared to him. He felt something calling to him to place a hand over it and softly placed a palm on it. As soon as he felt how coarse and soft it was at the same time, a pulse of power entered through his entire body as he noticed that he was being watched by something in the trees. Turning around to see who was glaring at him as he stood in front of the emerald, a red echidna had walked over to him with a very angered expression on his face. "What in the hell are you doing to the Master Emerald?" the red echidna called out. "I feel as though it talked to me," Izuku said, as the red echidna just stared at him for a moment. "Well, that's good, now you need to get away from here," the echidna said, as Izuku tilted his head. "Why? Do you know what's going on?" Izuku asked, as the echidna just shook his head. "No, all I know is that Sonic is being possessed by something that we don't know. Head to this base on Mountain Peak. I will head there after collecting the Master Emerald and placing its shards in a small bag," the echidna said, as Izuku prepared to leave. "Wait. What's your name?" Izuku asked, as the echidna threw a small ring that became a large one. "The name is Knuckles, Knuckles the echidna. Now leave," he said, as he shoved Izuku through the portal. "Do you really think that Mountain Peak will remain out of my range for long?" "Knuckles," a voice called out behind the echidna. "Me, Tails and Eggman have defeated you before X. You will not be taking control of the Master Emerald," Knuckles called out, entering a combat stance. "So be it, but just know, I will not be allowing you to escape this time," X said, as he rushed at Knuckles. Appearing on the other side of the golden ring, Izuku landed on the ground with a grunt. He looked at his new surroundings as he got adjusted to the level of near brightness the place seemed to be enthralled with. Looking at the surrounding area, he found that there was a small, abandoned town not too far away and made his way over there, knowing that if he went that way someone might be there to give him directions. Running down the path, Izuku didn't want to let Knuckles' decision to hold of that creature, if he heard correctly, off until he arrived at Mountain Peak's base of operations. He made it there within a couple of hours as he walked through the empty streets of the town. It looked entirely abandoned before he decided to take refuge inside of one of the buildings in order to get some sleep. If he could sleep some before heading out in the morning, he might have a chance of making it to this mountain peak by evening the next day. Sitting down on a couch, he looked at the pictures that belonged to one of the families that lived in this specific house. It was a tall rabbit with large ears similar to his own, but there were two females in the picture that he could surmise. The tall one was definitely the mother, based on the height difference between the two, especially the loving looks the mother was currently giving the child in the picture. From what he could see of the child, however, she looked like a complete clone of the mother except for the short stature as well as clear indication that she was only around 10 years of age. "I miss you, Mom. I just hope that I can return back home and think none of this ever happened," Izuku muttered to himself. Falling asleep on the couch for the evening, Izuku had nightmares of being caught by the Sonic Faker. Waking up in the middle of the night due to a nightmare, Izuku went to get something to drink from his backpack before he felt a presence looking down on him from above. Looking up cautiously, he found a woman just lying on the ceiling with blood falling from their mouth and body as a very large X was placed over her chest, her naked form for him to see. Izuku felt like he was going to throw up, and as he moved towards the bathroom, he heard the sound of screaming coming from down the street. Climbing out the window with his backpack on his back, he rushed to where the sound had come from. Down on the street he found an anthropomorphic bat sitting on her ass as she stared at the thread in front of her. The Sonic Faker had arrived there and was thinking about killing her. And without even thinking about what could happen to himself, Izuku thrusted himself at the monster as he jumped into the air and flapped his ears above the Sonic Faker. Dropping down on him from above, he heard the words of the fake Sonic as he spoke to the woman who was extremely injured. "With your death, I will be capable of entering Mountain Peak. And soon enough I will manage to kill every single person in Mobius. Once that happens there will be nothing that can stop me." The Sonic Faker said, his laugh very disturbing. "Not if I have anything to say about it," Izuku screamed out, causing the Sonic Faker to turn immediately to him in shock. "What?" he called out before a pair of green and pink ears slammed into his gut, sending him flying into the distance. 4. Izuku called out, before shaking his head. "We should probably get out of here before he comes back," Izuku said, picking the Batgirl up. "Just head down this pathway, it leads straight to Mountain Peak," she said, as Izuku followed the path. Running down the path, the two finally arrived in the outskirts of Mountain Peak. And once crossing over the border, they managed to finally escape the monster that used to be Sonic the Hedgehog. The Batgirl rushed off into the distance without thanking him for saving her life, and Izuku made sure to slowly move through the night as he thought about the nightmare he'd gotten before he heard the girl scream. He continued to stew on his thoughts before he heard the sound of feet rushing towards him in his position, and when he looked up, he found Sally staring at him in wonder. "Why, you survived. How did he not find you?" Sally asked. "I don't know, Sally. But all I know was that when I woke up everything was covered in blood and guts. Not to mention that I had no idea where you all were. So I just went in a singular direction hoping to find you guys," Izuku said, as Sally let out a breath of fresh air. "Yeah, you did a good job actually sleeping for once. Because as soon as you fell asleep, I had a talk with Sonic. It appeared as though he was impressed with your work, but as soon as he left our conversation, he came back with red eyes and yellowed sharp teeth. His claws were sharper than they usually were, but we've dealt with this kind of situation before. All we need to do is make sure that we can bring the Master Emerald here and finish him off once and for all." He escaped us the last time, Sally said, muttering the last part. Who is this demonic being? Izuku asked, as Amy walked up. Hey new kid. Well, to answer your question about who that faker was, his name is Lord X. He came from the void of our universe, and he has only one goal in mind. To kill everyone on Mobius. We were capable of expelling him from Sonic's body the first time, but this time is different. He'd taken complete control of Sonic, from how Sonic isn't fighting back against him. It's as though he wants to have vengeance on everyone in Mobius. Amy said, as Izuku thought about it. I think I'm at fault for this, Izuku said, as Amy looked to him. Over the next few minutes Izuku explains what his reasons for being the cause of Sonic actually wanting to kill everyone. And for them to hear this, it's not very far-fetched, as Izuku was the first and only person to ever tell him that if he really wanted to stop Eggman himself, he could have done it ages ago. Hell, Sonic had the power to kill Eggman in his sleep without him even being none the wiser. The only reason he apparently kept Eggman around was because he felt as though the man could redeem himself in some kind of way. And to hear that you are essentially causing the deaths of everyone around yourself from an outsider. Well, why not just allow the being who took control of you last time around keep control and let your inner hatred of everything out? As everyone listened in on Izuku's description of how Sonic would probably react to him being the reason he was possessed, Tails was the one to be on his side. I don't know why you are beating yourself up like this. The only time Sonic was even capable of fighting back against Lord X was because me, Knuckles and Robotnik were leaving for this place the first time. So the fact that he'd willingly allow himself to be possessed is not a very smart thing that Sonic would do. If anything, he would fight many times harder to prevent such a mind as your own from being taken by him. Tails exclaimed. Really? And nobody but Sally's ever said that about me before, Izuku said, as Amy and Sally with Tails looked at him in alarm. Well then that means that you are joining our misfit group, Tails said happily. They were about to continue their little conversation when two giant golden rings appeared on Mountain Peak. And jumping though the two of them were Knuckles and Dr. Eggman, as the doctor was looking worse for wear. He had been holding onto his stomach as he thought about what to do. The last time he'd fought Lord X was when everyone around the entirety of Mobius was killed off instantly. They could only hold him off before leaving the area to come back later and trap him with the Master Emerald. He'd be expecting them to do the same thing again this time. Can someone tell me how the bloody hell Sonic got possessed by Lord X again? Eggman screamed out like a petulant child. Can someone tell me how the bloody hell Sonic got possessed by Lord X again? Quote. Eggman called out angrily. Eggman, the last thing we need right and now is everyone throwing AF fit. Izuku said, as Eggman stared at him. I've never seen a green rabbit Mobian a day in my life. What are you doing here? Clearly you do not belong here. Eggman growled. I came here through events I am not even aware of. But all I know is that I need to assist with this T-thread all I can. Izuku said, as Eggman looked at him closer. You don't have one of those heroic complexes, do you? I swear every one of you Mobians wish to become a hero. Eggman grumbled as he walked away. How did you manage to get Eggman of all people to just leave a conversation like that? If we knew how to do that we'd win our battles all the time. Sally questioned as Izuku looked a bit embarrassed. Well, all I really did was just tell him the truth. That's all, Izuku replied as Sally sighed. Over the next few days, the entirety of the Freedom Fighters came up with strategies for taking on Lord X. After learning about the man and his past with Sonic, Tails, Knuckles and Eggman, Izuku learned that Lord X had fought Knuckles, Tails and Eggman before and had somehow lost with all his powers that he held over Sonic within the Hedgehog's body, of course, which caused Izuku to literally look at them all with exasperation. How was Sonic clearly capable of taking on Eggman all by himself, but at the same time incapable of taking him down all on his lonesome? Much less with the assistance of Tails, Knuckles and the Freedom Fighters as a whole. Getting his head out of that rabbit hole, no pun intended, of muttering spells, Izuku helped out with plans on how to get the Mobian devil out for them to use their plan. Based on what Tails and Knuckles spoke about the Master Emerald, it was perfectly capable of expelling the demonic presence of Lord X, a being from the vast void of the universe who had lived far longer than the god of destruction Chaos himself. But the plan all amounted to someone having to lure Lord X out of hiding in order to initiate a fight between one of their own and him. But that was the easy part, keeping him completely taken off guard by the fight between himself and the person in the battle with him was the very, very hard part. Considering the fact that he's probably not going to go easy on those he comes across and will just go for the kill, and practically nobody is safe if they go out there. Although since Izuku was fairly new to the place, Izuku thought that he'd be the perfect bait for Lord X to come out and play some games before coming in to try and land a final attack on him in order to kill him. Izuku was all for that kind of plan and went to inform Sally, Tails, Knuckles and Eggman about his idea for catching Lord X unawares and saving Sonic from the demon himself. Walking around Mountain Peak, Izuku found himself arriving at Eggman's little building, hearing the sounds of machinery inside. Knocking on the door, he waited for the Mad Doctor to come out. Once he did, he looked around before looking down to see Izuku's shy form shuffling on his feet. "Sai, what do you want, plebeian?" Eggman asked, looking exhausted. I think I have a plan for how we catch Lord X unawares," Izuku said, as Eggman leaned on his door. "Well, I'm waiting to hear this kind of plan," Eggman said, as Izuku looked away. Well, it involves me, but I'd rather wait until I've gathered everyone to inform them about my plan," Izuku said, as Eggman just stared. "Well, not like I have anything to do aside from building robots that can lock onto Lord X's presence within the world of Mobius. Meet us at the main hall," Eggman said, as he walked back inside his house before coming back outside. "It's down the road and to the left. It's a really large building for comically short anthropomorphic creatures," Eggman supplied as Izuku hurried down the road. Walking through the halls of the main hall, Izuku saw each and every famous creature of Mobius that had managed to change history as a whole on the planet. He entered the meeting room within the comically large building and saw the leaders of each part of Mobius sitting in their chairs as Eggman grumbled to himself. Looking around at the table, he found multiple survivors who were leaders in their own right in the Bad Mobian he had rescued earlier that day, a black and red version of Sonic that Izuku trembled when under his gaze. A silver-looking hedgehog who looked similar to the black and red one who just stared at him in a questioning manner before settling into his seat once Izuku looked at the others. A pink-colored hedgehog as well as a small rabbit Mobian was present as well, with her a large robot that looked eerily similar to Eggman's robots. To finish the table off was Sally and her second-in-command sitting at the front of the table looking at him with confusion as they had no clue that he was the one to come up with this kind of plan. "So what is the meaning of this meeting, Eggman? I know that you couldn't have come up with a plan for Lord X that fast since you just arrived not even a few hours ago," Sally questioned as the man in question himself just scoffed. "I didn't come up with a plan, the green rabbit over there had made up one on the spot earlier." "Go on, you little brat, tell them and me about your plan," Eggman said, as he glared at Izuku through his goggles. Well, I plan on being the bait for this kind of plan," Izuku started as Sally just looked downright concerned. "Why are you thinking that you should be the bait for this kind of plan?" "What is it?" Sally questioned, looking vastly cautious at Izuku. Well, Lord X hasn't really met me personally. And not to mention he's never met me before I arrived here. So who better to distract him from your plan of using the Master Emerald to expel him from Sonic's body than myself. Someone who doesn't even belong in this world," Izuku said, as everyone stared at him. How fast are you?" Tails questioned cautiously. I was able to catch him by surprise earlier this week." "Saving her," Izuku said, pointing at the bat. "What? Lord X had managed to catch up to me whilst I was flying." The Bat Mobian replied with a shrug of her shoulders. "Rouge, you were supposed to be on a supply run, how did you manage to nearly get killed?" The Black Hedgehog questioned exasperatedly. "I didn't notice he was their shadow. I never knew until he had sliced a little bit into my wing with his massive claws. I was lucky the greenie over there was able to save me in time, otherwise we'd be having a very blue and red problem on your hands." Rouge said, as Izuku finally found her name. Well, aside from that, I think we should come up with someone who is on par with Sonic in terms of overall speed when it comes to being bait. Sally said, as Shadow glared at her. I don't know how you think I'm fast enough to be on par with Lord X, but if you hadn't remembered Sally, he can fucking fly. Shadow retorted with anger. Has Sonic ever flown in his time without the Chaos Emeralds? Sally questioned. Only with them, Sally, and he was in his super form when that happened. Tails said, with Knuckles nodding. For the remainder of the day the group of leaders conversed with one another about who should be the bait for Lord X. But as they couldn't come up with anyone else, Izuku found himself a little smug as they knew that nobody else would last very long against Lord X in a fight, especially since he could fly. But if he were to meet Izuku in the flesh instead of using one of his many drones, they might have a chance to catch him unawares. But as soon as everyone turned to look at him, they noticed a small outline of where he saw still there, but his physical body was gone from the area, and rushing out to find him they couldn't find him. Eggman had immediately set off to check his robots for the rabbit's signature within their world. It would take a few minutes, but they would need all the time in the world now if Izuku was actually going to enact his plans now. Walking outside of the mountain peak ruins, Izuku walked as far as he could in order to have Lord X sense his presence within the entire world of Mobius. He had actually made it to what the others called Green Zone by the freedom fighters when he found a drone standing across from him with a confused expression. They immediately walked towards him with a very malicious smile on their face as their hands rose into the air as Izuku rose a hand into the air as well, causing the drone to stop their plans. Staring at him now with confusion, Izuku took this chance to call out to Lord X in order to talk, but he wanted to state a little quote from his favorite comic character that he'd seen back in his world through a movie. A movie called Doctor Strange. What are you doing? Don't you care about your life? The drone questioned. Lord X, I've come here to bargain. Izuku spoke as he glared into the drone's eyes. What makes you think that you can bring him out through a bargain? The drone questioned again. I have information about the plans of those on Mountain Peak, as well as who are still alive that he hasn't caught. Izuku said, as he looked determined. Are you sure that you want to say your bargain? I can always kill you before you tell me and probe your mind for that information. The drone said, raising a clawed hand. I can also give him information about a world chock filled with superpowers that he would be drooling to collect as his slaves. Izuku said, determinedly. A world of superpowers, you say? What if I think you're bluffing? The drone asked. If I die without giving the information about that world, then that information is gone forever. Izuku said, as the drone laughed maniacally. Well played, I will inform Lord X about your bargain. Play your cards right, and you might become the new host for the master. The drone said, before disappearing into black smoke. Izuku stood there for a while before he felt his heart continue to beat very fast, like he was terribly fearful for his life at this moment. He knew that he was jumping the gun for this plan, but he wanted to buy everyone enough time to set up. And what better way of doing that than selling his old world out? Sure, his mother lived in that world, but as of late she had been splitting apart from him emotionally for the last 10 years of his life, and he'd found some letters from his father informing her about how she could move into the United States to live with him. And she had accepted his offer to go there. He read the letter she was about to send back, and it showed that she was very sad about her life with him in her life and wanted to start over in America. Because of that, Izuku had willingly torn his relationship with his mother that night as he stopped talking to her as well as hanging out with her over the last few years, enough that she had been about to leave the night before he met All Might. He was brought out of his muttering when he heard heavy breathing behind himself. Turning his head around, he came face to face with Sonic's form as the demon inside was looking at him with an exasperated expression on his face before smiling. So, it appears that your muttering session is complete. What was this bargain you had in store for me? Lord X questioned, his expression now very intrigued. Like I said, Lord X, I've come here to bargain with you. And I have information about a world that you could take over, and simultaneously lord yourself over as the true god of that world. Izuku said, as Lord X now looked very attentive. What does that world have that this one doesn't have? Lord X questioned. Everyone in that world, minus a 20% minority, has a superpower of their own. And most of them are completely corrupted, and if you show them who you really are, They will follow you without fail, Izuku said, as Lord X looked like he was really about to bite. And if you are wrong? He asked. Just look through my memories, you can manifest yourself in my universe itself and take over the human you desire to be the most on that planet where I lived. They all have superpowers, and they are more than powerful enough to sat your lust for power. Izuku said, as Lord X was now rubbing his hands together. You are willing to give up your universe for my eternal pleasure. Surely there is something you want in return. Lord X questioned. There is, in exchange for my world. Could you please leave Mobius and its inhabitants alone for the rest of their lives in this universe? Izuku asked, his eyes conveying that he wasn't lying. Lord X stood against the tree as he saw the others within the world of Mobius mobilizing in order to take him down. He chuckled to himself as he realized the plan Izuku was making. It was a good bargain for him in the end. All he'd need to do is allow himself to be expelled from the hedgehog's body and he could literally take control of the world the rabbit told him he was from originally. Something had to happen to him to want to have nothing to wish for that world and protect this one he came to, a world that has yet to show him the pros and cons of living here forever. He ultimately decided to ask a question that was on his mind since Izuku bargained with him. Did this world of yours do something to you that deserved you to not protect them? Surely there are people there that you'd wish to protect. Lord X questioned, Sonic's voice echoing through. Don't answer him. He will literally take over your body. That world I came from, it didn't like the fact I wasn't born with a power. It is entirely corrupted with those who value the power of a quirk, superpower to become something that they dream of. All I ever wanted was to just become a hero. And everyone either mocked me or berated me for my dreams. My idol even told me it was impossible, Izuku said, as tears now flowed from his eyes. Did they ever hurt you physically? He questioned, his tone oddly soft. Every day of my life. Every day I contemplated whether or not I should end my own life. Was even encouraged to end it by who I thought was my friend. Do you want to know his exact words? Izuku questioned the demonic being. I guess I should humor you for your plan to come to fruition. Lord X said, as Izuku stared at him shocked for a moment. Should have known that you'd see a catch on. He told me that. If I wanted to be a hero so badly, then there might be another way I could become one. Just pray that I will be born with a quirk in my next life and take a swan dive of the roof of the building. He told me to kill myself. And I am not okay with that line of thinking. Izuku said, as he continued to cry rubbing his eyes. Lord X has killed a great many Mobians and many universes of Mobius where he'd been capable of killing Sonic and his friends. Though there was one constant in each universe he'd entered. Nobody was ever rude to anyone except for those they had explicit reason to be rude to, but to hear that Izuku was bullied and suicide baited for no reason aside from his seemingly inability to have a superpower of his own. It caused the eldritch deity to feel something he'd never felt in eons. Something that hadn't been felt since he was brought into being by his baby sister, Empress C. He could remember how she was treated by the other gods of Mobius, especially that of those who were very afraid of her power to create demonic beings such as himself to be an older sibling. And he took the form of Sonic because he had all the qualities of an older sibling from how he viewed the many realities where he became the older brother figure to Tails and decided to become similar to him there. Only for the gods around him to banish him into the void of the known universe and kill his baby sister whilst he couldn't do anything to come back, and for a moment, he felt a little sad for Izuku. An emotion he'd never felt in eons as he'd though before, but shaking his head with Sonic's physical form he looked into Izuku's clearly broken eyes and started at his broken soul inside. All he could see from Izuku's soul was a literal child around the age of 4, green eyes, hair with black highlights, wearing blue t-shirt and yellow cargo shorts as well as wearing red high-top shoes. And all he did was reach out asking just for a single friend he could have. And as much as Lord X wanted to become that friend for him, his murderous tendencies would scare the poor boy inside the soul of the boy too much. He let out a sigh before holding out a hand as he looked into Izuku's eyes with a softer smile on his face that Izuku reached outwards to hold onto as well. Bargain accepted, he said, as their palms connected. Lord X and Izuku's palms connect with one another as they shake their hands. Lord X feels the information that the bunny gives flow into his mind as on the outside his form the entire freedom fighters are able to take him down and pin him to the dirt. As they use the Master Emerald to pull Lord X from Sonic's body, the demonic spirit merely smirked as he moved into Izuku's body to absorb enough energy, power, and information from the bunny. As Sonic's body is freed from the demonic spirit, everyone notices that Izuku's form has a weird aura surrounding itself as he stands alone in the field as everyone surrounds him. Sonic glares at the bunny with fury as he prepares to walk over to him in order to punch him in the face for doing something so cruel. But before they could do anything, they watch as the aura suddenly disappears as the bunny suddenly falls to the ground, red electricity moving across his skin before it is absorbed into the body. And as Lord X flew high into the sky before disappearing from the world of Mobius, he smiled to himself as he looked at all the memories that the bunny had of his previous world. That world would get the vengeance the boy desired but kept hidden from the place for 10 whole years. The fact that he never tried to become a villain in that world was really telling about his heroic personality. He would rather save it instead of letting it fail from the inside or forcing it to change with him being a villain to fight against. Back on Mobius, however, Sonic and the others sat in their meeting room as they talked about Izuku. The simple fact that he talked to Lord X without their presence was very concerning to them since he never told him when they were going to initiate the plan. He was very impulsive when he stated the plan, as though he expected for himself to be injured in the plan from the very beginning. Now though they stared at the sleeping bunny as he twitched in his seemingly dreamless slumber, Sonic however had a few things to say. Alright, do you all want to know what happened in that conversation between Izuku and Lord X? He questioned as everyone looked to him. What did they talk about? Sally asked, as everyone listened in. Shit, the bunny talked about how his previous world treated him so harshly it was as though he wasn't even human to them. But he willingly told Lord X to take over that world in exchange for keeping our own world safe. Sonic said, as everyone had their jaws dropped. He sacrificed his home world, just to keep our own safe. That takes serious balls. Eggman said, chuckling. Not that. He willingly sacrificed the world he was born in. He should have made sure that our own world was killed off in order to stay alive. Sonic said, angrily. So you willingly would have allowed him to destroy our world for the sake of saving trillions of lives of a world in an opposing universe? Sally questioned with a glare. And no. But at least think about the repercussions. He's essentially killing trillions of lives from his world by allowing that demon over there. Sonic said, as Eggman chuckled. You know, for a hedgehog you are seriously idiotic. Eggman said, as he looked at Sonic. What makes you think that I'm an idiot? I have defeated you many times with my IQ level. Sonic retorted. Sonic, what Eggman is talking about is the fact that you never really listened to how Izuku talked about his world, did you? Shadow questioned with his eyes closed and arms crossed. What are you talking about? Sonic questioned, fixing a glare to Shadow. His world has hundreds, if not millions of people with quirks, superpowers similar to our own. Only around 20% of the population of his world has no power. Lord X needs to have a host that has power similar to his own in order to take over. Izuku sentenced Lord X to his own demise. Shadow explained as Amy looked to him. Can you say that again for idiot's sake? Amy questioned. In layman's terms, in my world everyone has a power that can just as easily counter his own demonic powers. Izuku said, with a yawn causing everyone to look at him. Equals 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 equals. Sonic looked at Izuku for a few moments before standing up. Izuku looked at him blearily as he rubbed his eyes. But before he could finish clearing out his eyes to see, he felt something smash into his cheek, sending him from the couch and onto the ground with a yelp. Rubbing his cheek, he looked back up at the person who punched him in the face and saw Sonic glaring down on him with fury as well as anger written on his features, bringing back memories of Bakugo as he glared hatefully at Izuku and smiled evilly. Izuku scuttled back to the wall as his entire form was shaking with fear as he stared at Sonic, and it brought everyone to pull the hedgehog away from the shivering bunny. What did ID do in order to be punched? Izuku asked, as Sonic growled. You know what you did. Do you have any idea how many people are going to be killed from your action? Quote. Sonic screamed. You don't know how my life was, Sonic. You think that I wasn't treated as a human. I was treated as a lab experiment by everyone I knew and loved. My own mother hated me. Do you really think that I have no faith in the fact that those in my world could change? Izuku asked. That doesn't mean you can sentence them all to death. Some of them could be truly kind and heroic people you hadn't met yet. Sonic said, as Izuku shook his head. I've met people who played nice to me, Sonic, and they just betrayed my trust not even a few hours later. I've never had anyone I could fully trust. I don't even trust everyone in this room as we speak. Izuku said, as he looked into Sonic's eyes. You have no reason to let your world suffer because of how you were treated. Sonic retorted as Izuku stood up. Does anyone have something that can have you feel all the pain of one's memories? Izuku asked, as Tails walked over to a device he'd made. Well, I made one for Robotnik for when we eventually catch him without having this kind of situation happening. But I guess we can have it show your entire memory bank. Tails said, as Izuku nodded. Placing the small device on Izuku's head, the young bunny felt all his memories flowing out from the deep recess of his mind. Every single thing he'd hidden from his life that caused him extensive amounts of pain ranging from emotional to physical to metaphorical. And each memory that was shown was like a gun pointed at each of the people in the room as they watched as Izuku went through each trial of pain and misery in his life. They watched as his mother slowly over the course of 10 whole years lose her love of him and eventually move out of the home and head to America. They watched as Izuku had a very close friend in childhood betray his very trust. They watched as everyone around the boy lose his trust as well as care over the course of 10 whole years in a matter of minutes. Sonic, however, remained calm through it all. He didn't show it, but he felt like a jackass for telling Izuku that he was heartless to give up his planet. The fact that from all the memories the boy had of himself being used as a quirk-based punching bag was enough for him to place a hand over his mouth to cover up the bile coming up as they all watched him patch up his wounds. Tails, however, was feeling very similar thoughts to Izuku as he watched the boy grow up. His friends giving up on him and beating him for something he couldn't control, it caused him to hug his second tail to his chest as he felt tears fall down his face. The women of the groups, however, just stared at the screen with growing concern. The fact that Izuku went through all this pain before coming to their world was not something most people would survive with. Much less put up with before going down a very dangerous path of villainy to get reparations for all the pain and suffering that was dealt to them. The fact Izuku had not even thought for a moment of betraying his world for his own benefit never crossed his mind until he came here reborn as a Mobian. Not only that, he sacrificed the only home he'd ever had, just so that their home wouldn't be lost. It showed that he had a modicum of trust in their cause as well as world for a safe place to live, aside from Eggman's machinations. Izuku, however, just stared at the memories that were in the deepest parts of his mind as tears fell from them. He hated re-watching the memories of his past, from his quirkless diagnosis, to his mother telling him he couldn't become a hero without a quirk. All the way to his old friend, who had become his greatest enemy, bully, abuser, as he informed him about the best way to become a hero and get a quirk was to just kill himself. That was the worst day of his life if he thought about it. Not to mention the fact that he'd met All Might and the hero himself told him that it was impossible to become a hero in the first place. Taking off the memory machine, everyone noticed one singular memory pop up that seemingly didn't belong to the others. It showed Izuku standing in front of an elderly man with yellow locks of hair and brilliant blue eyes that glowed with power. And then the words came out as Izuku couldn't stop it in time. Do I think that you can become a hero without power? No, I should think not. All Might said, as Izuku felt a small part of his brain freeze. It's all right to dream, kid, just make sure that it's realistic. All Might continued as he opened a metal door and walked through it. Everyone stared at the memory as they knew that this held significance in the boy's life as they rewound the memory to the point of which Izuku met the man and they saw the man as a much more muscular man. His form was very imposing as he stood much taller than Eggman himself but was built from head to toe in muscles. They watched as he saved Izuku's life from a very particular villain made of sludge, and Sonic made a small remark about being capable of making a tornado with enough speed to send the villain flying away. But as the memory went on, they watched as the man recklessly threw a powerful punch at the sludge villain, causing a small shockwave of air to displace the villain and accidentally knocking Izuku out. But mere moments later was shown to be carrying the boy in the air as he had grabbed onto his leg, and landing on another building. It was here that they listened in on Izuku's ideals in that world as a young man wishing to become a hero without any kind of training whatsoever. I think that becoming a hero to help people is the greatest thing someone can do. And I inspired me to become a hero like you one day. Everyone doesn't really believe that I can become one, and have been beating that into my head for 10 whole years. But I need to know. Can someone without a Q quirk become a hero like you? Izuku called out, as All Might stared at the boy. Q quirkless. All Might asked, concerned. I know that it's not really been something to have happened in the past, but I think that if I work really hard I can become a hero like you, Izuku said, finally looking at the hero. Everyone watched as the mountain of muscle that was All Might in the memory be shown to be an actual much shorter man with a bony form. His very scrawny form showing that his experience in the field is not to be trusted. In fact, he looked like a mere brush of wind could knock him over if he wasn't very careful. The man let out a bit of blood as he let out a deep huff of air as he tried to get some oxygen into his lungs, causing the memory of Izuku to scream in fear before pulling out a handkerchief out from his pocket. Thank you, young man. Cough. Cough. But I need you to promise me to never tell anyone about this form. Nobody can know that their symbol of peace looks like he's minutes away from death's door, no matter how true that statement really is. All Might said, with a cough. Sure thing. How did this happen? Izuku's memory self asked. I got this gnarly scar about 6 years ago to this very day. I fought a villain who could dish out a blow so horrifying that it took most of my stomach as well as a full lung and half of my respiratory system just to fix. All Might said, as Izuku showed his knowledge to the man. 6 years ago, it wasn't that fight with Toxic Sea Chainsaw, was it? Izuku asked in the memory. No, that man couldn't even lay a finger on me, he only got a few lucky hits in because of my injury. But no, he wasn't the villain who had done this to me. All Might said, letting his shirt fall down. If Toxic Sea Chainsaw didn't do that to you, who did? Izuku asked, in the memory. I made sure that the villain who had done this was immediately hidden from all accounts, he must not be known to exist. After all, I did kill the man with my bare hands. All Might said, as Izuku in the memory recoiled from the information. Everyone watching the memory looked on in horror as they looked at Izuku, who was looking far away from the situation at the moment. The boy looked like he had gone catatonic with how he was listening to this entire thing again. It really did hurt him to make him incapable of speaking at the moment. Rouge had walked over to the boy and sat next to him as she looked at the memory as it continued onward from the entire problems of the number 1 hero's destroyed form. Now to answer that question of yours. Do I think that someone without a quirk could become a hero? No, I should think not. There are many other ways of becoming a hero to someone else. You could become a doctor, firefighter, or even a police officer. The police get harassed because they put away the villains that we heroes capture, but they are the ones who actually put the villain behind bars. It's all right to dream, kid, just make sure that it's attainable. Realistic. See you later, young man. All Might spoke as Izuku and All Might in the memory faded. Looking back at Izuku, who looked to be outright crying over the memory again, Rouge decided to give the bunny a hug as he just stayed still. But eventually his eyes regained their color as he let out a massive wail of agony and mental anguish, hugging Rouge back, putting his face on her shoulder. She watched as the tears flowed from his eyes down her shoulder, letting out a sigh before wrapping the small shivering bunny with her wings as she walked away, able to pick him up with ease. The others looked at how skinny the boy really was as they could see some of his ribs from how skinny he looked, and one Rouge left the room with Izuku in her arms still crying. Sally and the others looked at one another before glaring at Sonic. You will be apologizing for your actions towards him. He clearly hadn't had a very good life before coming here. For God's sake, this was his first week living in our world, and he's not only helped us non-stop, but he assisted in saving the world, clearly all on his own. Sally said, as Amy and the others nodded. Hey, what are we going to do with him anyway? Question mark. He is going to need a place to live, Sonic said, as Sally smirked. Place him in the care of Vanilla and Cream. Since they are rabbit people, they can help him gain some muscle and other parts of what he really looks like, Amy said, as she and the others left the room. Wow, and here I thought I was the villain. To see that the boy had a villain even worse than I was. All I want is to help people adjust to live with technology and have a slight kink in turning animals into robots, Robotnik said, leaving the room, causing Tails and Sonic to gag. Rouge was pulling Izuku along as they walked through the main base of the Freedom Fighters. She had been listening to him sniffle to himself quietly as he silently cried, his wailing of sadness long over, but still tears fell from his eyes to the point she thought that he had the superpower of crying tremendously without losing water. She smiled down at him before rubbing the area between his ears on top of his head, before noticing something very weird about him. Whilst she rubbed his hair offhandedly, he leaned into her touch. It was almost as though, aside from the love he got from his own mother, he was extremely touch-starved when it came to others. She shook her head at that though. There was no way he wasn't in close proximity with women of his world, since he had a school, although now that she thought about that, most if not all of the people in his school were highly abusive towards him, emotionally and very physically. Sighing, she just helped him into her vehicle that she had bought with the money she had stolen from most people she came across. With him sitting in the passenger seat of the vehicle, she decided to bring the bunny boy over to someone she knew for a fact could get him back to what his memories portrayed him as before the whole superpower thing in his world became a thing. Vanilla the rabbit and Cream the bunny were just the people for her to bring Izuku to, since they both recently discovered the loss of Vanilla's husband and Cream's father, so having another male around the house was bound to get them something back in terms of their family. Shaking her head at the very lewd thought of Izuku getting in a relationship with Vanilla and becoming Cream's new father figure in her life, she drove off towards Night Carnival Zone, the place where all chows and the rabbits live in peace with the robots that patrol the area there. It had recently become Freedom Fighter territory since Sally and her allies had liberated the rabbits from taking care of all of Robotnik's little projects there. The drive was long-lasting for the two as Izuku kept his gaze outside of Rouge's vehicle. The bat focused her time on driving instead of talking, as she knew Izuku wasn't in a talkative mood at the moment since his life before Mobius had been revealed in such a half-baked kind of way. But about a few hours after being on the road, the two finally arrived at Night Carnival Zone, and drove through the dark streets of the zone looking for Vanilla's home within the place. Eventually, Rouge found the home and stopped her vehicle in the driveway of the house before getting out of the vehicle, helping Izuku out of the vehicle since he had slept for a majority of the car ride there. They stumbled about before finally reaching the front door of the rabbit household and knocked on the door. Knock, knock. A hum from inside the house was heard between the two Mobians as they waited for the woman to arrive at the front door. And as soon as the door was opened, Izuku was gifted a sight that seemed very adorable for him as he stared at the two in front of himself. In Vanilla's arms, Cream was seen slowly falling asleep as she mumbled about wanting to stay awake to make some cake with her mother. Izuku smiled at the little girl in his still not fully awake stupor as Rouge spoke up for him and Vanilla, as the taller woman had noticed Izuku's features. "Hello Vanilla, nice to see you again," Rouge said, smirking. "Oh, good evening to you as well, Rouge. Is there anything I can do for you?" the tall rabbit asked. "I just need you to take care of the little greenie here. He just arrived on Mobius a few days ago, and he's gone through some rough things where he came here from. Is it all right if Greenie stays here with you and Cream until he gets his own home?" Rouge asked. "Oh, the boy could stay here as long as he'd like, just be sure to stay out of trouble, that is my only rule," Vanilla said, as Izuku felt something in his chest tighten. I can stay here. As long as I want?" Izuku asked, his quirkless mentality showing its colors again. "Of course, you may be a green bunny, but it's not something I've ever had to deal with alone before. I mean, just look at Cream here," Vanilla said, as she pulled Cream out of her arms. Mama, I want to go to bed," Cream complained softly. "Cream, we are getting a new resident. Say hello to, what's your name again?" Vanilla said, before questioning Izuku. Midoriya Izuku, ma'am," Izuku replied as the woman smiled. Don't call me ma'am, it makes me feel old. Just call me Vanilla, she said, as Izuku nodded. Midoriya, is that a name from another country? Cream asked, a little curious. Why yeah, I come from a planet where my people say our last and names first. Izuku said, as Cream smiled. Whilst Cream pulled Izuku inside the house, Vanilla stared at the two before looking back at Rouge. She saw the bat-like woman just watching Izuku play around with the sleepy Cream without any kind of knowledge of how to treat children, and he was doing it like a pro would. Rouge smiled at the information she'd been seeing before looking up at Vanilla with a grim expression, catching the rabbit woman off guard. Rouge never gained a grim expression unless something bad had happened recently. Is there something you wish to tell me, Rouge? Vanilla questioned. Yeah, the boy, Izuku. He holds a lot of baggage under all his kindness. He wears his kindness like it's a mask covering the pain he holds underneath it. If he ever snaps at you or Cream, just don't hold it against him. He didn't get many outlets in dealing with his anger. Now that he's in our world, he will be getting plenty of chances to vent out his frustrations with his previous life. He was human before coming here, by the way, Rouge said, before turning to walk away. A human, you say? How did he become like my people then? Vanilla asked. Me and Knuckles believe it has something to do with the Chaos Emeralds or the Master Emerald. He was brought to our world for a reason, and I intend to make sure that he stays safe in this world, far away from the machinations of Dr. Eggman. Only those of Sonic and his friends would know the pain of suffering that kid has gone through. Rouge said, preparing to leave. Rouge, Izuku's voice called out. Yeah, what's up? Rouge went to ask before she was interrupted with a hug from the Green Bunny. Thank you for doing this for me. I've never been given this amount of kindness before. Will I see you again? Izuku thanked before asking. Yeah, just make sure that you keep your eye on the news, bunny boy. Rouge said, before kissing him on the cheek. Equals 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 equals. Standing in the driveway of the rabbit household, Izuku just watched as Rouge got into her car and drove off to wherever she lived. He pulled a hand over to his face before placing a couple fingers on the spot where Rouge had kissed him on his cheek before his face suddenly erupted in a blushing mess as he heard Vanilla giggle. Turning to the woman, he saw that it was already too late, as the rabbit woman had already taken multiple pictures of his face as well as reaction to being kissed by the lovable bat. He looked at Vanilla with a very concerned expression before Vanilla spoke to him again, garnering his full attention. I won't be showing it to anyone, don't worry about the pictures. I only place them in picture books. Vanilla said, rubbing his head. Sorry, I just never had been kissed that way by a girl before. Izuku said, his cheeks blushing still. Don't worry, when we're done with you, you will be the one flirting with her. Vanilla said, with a very sly smirk on her face. I don't like her like that. I just met her like yesterday. Izuku replied in a tone that was filled with embarrassment. And it's already showing how much you like that batsy of a woman. I didn't take you for someone who was into bad girls. Vanilla said, pulling him inside the house to play with Cream. Izuku went to bed inside of Vanilla's home on the couch. He had made it adamant that when the time comes, he will leave her home so that he could strike out on his own. He didn't want to burden the family with anything about his problems. He may be a rabbit Mobian, but that didn't mean that his human characteristics were completely wiped away. Falling asleep was something that came naturally to him when he was in a place he would call safe, but overall, he had no dreams of his life before coming to Mobius. It was all just a peaceful slumber that was brought to surging life with a dream that was actually good for once, although in the dream he was blushing up a storm since he was standing before Rouge. And she was barely wearing anything. He would wake up the next morning as he looked down at the blanket, noticing something very odd. Last time he checked, his groin was not that large, much less actually lifting the blanket off of his chest slightly from its height. Shaking his head and getting those lewd thoughts out of his mind, Izuku entered the shower of the home and made sure to put the water on extremely cold water so that he could get his erection down. He really didn't want Vanilla and Cream to see his morning wood like that at some point in the morning. He really wouldn't live that one down. And considering the fact that he was technically still in school, he had to walk Cream over to her school so that she could continue to learn there, although he made sure to be nearby whenever something happened. He was currently searching for a job for himself to take. He didn't have much skills for others to use in this world. But he'd be damned if he was going to make himself a burden on another family that he'd come across who just wished to help him. So as he searched for jobs earlier on in the day, it wasn't until later on in the evening when he returned back to the household with Vanilla and Cream that the two ran up to him worried as can be. "Izuku, are you all right? We were worried for you," Vanilla asked, looking him over for injuries. I'm fine, Jay, just looking for a job," Izuku muttered, as he sat down on the couch. "Dear, you're too young to have a job," Vanilla said, as Izuku shook his head. I don't want to be a burden on another family. I was already one for my real mom. I don't want to take your home for granted," Izuku replied as Vanilla's expression softened. "Izuku, we won't be kicking you out of our home. You were one of us the moment you were brought here," Vanilla said, as Izuku shook his head. That's the thing though. I feel like a fraud," Izuku said, not realizing that he was yelling. "I was brought here because of some random event in my world. I didn't even have a choice in the matter. And then I was brought into this world looking like one of you. But green instead," Izuku said, his mind slowly breaking. "Izuku, please don't yell. I'm sure that we can come up with some way to make sure that you don't feel like you're a burden," Vanilla said, as she placed her hands up where he could see them, slowly moving towards him as though he were a wild animal. But that's the thing. I don't know how not to feel like burden. I've felt like I was one for my whole entire life," Izuku said, as he paced around the room. From Vanilla's point of view, the fact that Izuku was pacing meant that something was about to happen. And it wouldn't be good if Izuku were to continue spiraling through his mental anguish as she slowly approached him, and even though he was walking back and forth, she knew he kept a close eye on how close she was. Once she was right in front of him, she noticed how his body instinctually trembled as she towered over him in height before she took a knee to be around his height. Placing a hand in front of his eyes, she moved it slowly over to his shoulder. Watching as his eyes were very keen on watching the offending limb move towards it cautiously. As though she were about to hurt him. Seeing him acting in a way that was too cautious for someone of his age, Vanilla felt a tear fall down her face before she softly wrapped the arm around his body. Pulling the boy slowly into an embrace as she rubbed his back, Vanilla felt the boy stiffen under her hug and for a moment feared that he wouldn't take her loving embrace. But that was when he just fell to his own knees as he sobbed relentlessly in her hold, his entire form trembling as he sobbed. I don't know what to do. I was told, for my entire life, that I was nothing but a useless waste of space. But here, I was just shown a kindness. I'd never thought I'd get from your people," Izuku sobbed. "Don't worry, Izuku, what you need right now is comfort. But after today, you will be coming with me to meet someone who can help you with your mental problems," Vanilla said, not really knowing the problems Izuku was suffering. Cream was feeling left out of this emotional moment as she ran towards the two and leapt into their embrace as well. For about 2 hours Izuku would continue to cry in their hugs before he slowly pulled away from the two of them, and he couldn't help but feel embarrassed for showing them a side that he never showed anyone. So as he stood up and stared into their eyes, he asked them both a question that he knew that they'd most certainly answer with kindness and compassion. I know that I'm not mentally okay. But that's fine, and I would like to ask you both, if you could help me," Izuku said, looking into both Vanilla's and Cream's eyes. "Of course we would help you, Izuku. Isn't that what a family is meant to be?" Vanilla asked. I don't know what a family is supposed to do. Mine never were around," Izuku said, shuffling his foot on the ground. In Vanilla's mind, as soon as that sentence came out of Izuku's mouth, glass broke. After hearing Izuku talk about how he never really knew how a family should act with one another, he never expected that he'd be pulled into a deep hug as he felt Vanilla tremble over him. Having the older rabbit pull him into a hug was something he'd never prepared for. Not to mention that the rabbit was very beautiful in his eyes as well, caused him to lock up in place as he froze. And as the older rabbit had kept him locked in her hug, she felt him trembling slightly before she pulled her head away from his head and looked into his eyes, as she saw the complete confusion as well as building tears in his eyes. Let it be known that Vanilla cared very much for her daughter Cream, but right now, this little rabbit needed the attention of a mother. Not just any mother, but a mother who actually cared about the fact that their son is all alone in a different dimension, as well as a mother who actually shows care to that of a child. So as she pulled a palm over to his cheek, she watched as he watched the offending limb very closely before it was softly placed on his cheek, as his eyes immediately looked into her eyes. That was when she decided to speak to him in a motherly tone that caused his heart to slowly wilt. I don't know about you, Izuku, but hearing the fact that your own mother, your own flesh and blood, not even caring about you, is just heartbreaking. Who was your mother to make you think that she'd never care about you? Vanilla asked, concern etched into her very skin. Someone who didn't care about me. She found out that I was quirkless and stopped caring for me. Izuku said, as Vanilla pulled him into her bosom. The fact that he couldn't say one good thing about his mother showed the kind of woman his previous mother was. She was a very disgraceful and very neglectful person and shouldn't have ever been given the right to be called mom, but that was then and there was nothing Vanilla could do about it other than help bring this boy to his full potential. And as she stared into his large emerald eyes, she made that decision right then and there. Izuku, how would you like to be shown what a family should really look like? How they should act towards one another, how they talk to one another, how they need to be there for one another when they aren't feeling good. And other things that families do? Vanilla asked, as Izuku stood in her warm hold. I think that I'd like that. Izuku said, as his tears started to fall. When was the last time you ever felt any kind of love from your mother, Izuku? Vanilla asked, concerned. I hadn't ever felt a motherly hug since I was around 4. Izuku said, as he felt even more tears fall from his eyes. Because now that he thought about it, since he was 3 years old, since when has his mother even given him a hug? When had she even shown that she even cared about his safety whenever he came home with burns, scars as well as a broken leg or arm in the past? He had counted far too many times that the person who was supposed to be his mother, becoming more and more neglectful towards him since his quirkless diagnosis, even going as far as beating on him when he came home whenever the school told her about a bad grade. Unknown to Izuku in this moment, he was muttering all these things out under his breath as Vanilla held him in her arms. They had long since went from standing in the middle of the room to sitting on the couch as the older woman had pulled him into her side as she rubbed his hair. She was listening to him list things down at what his mother had done to him as they began to become overwhelmingly alarming to Vanilla. To hear that a mother, who was supposed to protect their child, beat on them after coming home for just a bad grade. That wasn't a mother, that was an abusive person who wanted power in their own little world. It wasn't much longer before Vanilla heard the telltale sniffles and sobs that came from Izuku's form as he began to cry even more about his situation. Not to mention the fact that Vanilla was showing more motherly traits that he'd never clearly seen from his mother, who was more of a neglectful, abusive parent than a loving and caring one. Vanilla then heard Izuku's answer to her earlier question as the boy looked up into her eyes as he looked incredibly small to her in that moment, like a little bunny rabbit after being born a few days prior. If I'm not much of a burden on your family. Then I'd like to become a part of yours. Izuku said, as Vanilla smiled. Well then, let's get you registered tomorrow. I would like to have your last name changed to mine, that way you can forget that life you lived. Nobody should have to live their life through such pain and suffering only to be tossed aside as though you were nothing more than a toy for a child to play with. Vanilla said, as Izuku hugged her hip once more. Equals 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 equals. After heading to bed that evening, Vanilla decided to call Sonic and friends. She knew that most of them would probably be asleep at this point in time, but she wanted to let them know about Izuku's situation at the moment so that they could know what was going on. And as she pulled out her phone in her bedroom, she called Tails, knowing the young fox would be working on something this late in the evening. She walked through the house as she stood just outside of Izuku's bedroom that she'd prepared for him early on in the day for his arrival as the phone connected to the other side. "Vanilla, what has you calling me in the middle of the night?" Tails asked, curious. "Tails, you should know something about Midoriya-kun," Vanilla said, as Tails became more serious on the other line. "Okay, is there something that needs to be done about him?" Tails asked. "I'm going to be adopting him tomorrow. I went through a very dark conversation last night with the boy, and he's more hurt inside than he's letting on." "Has he even told you all about his relationship with his mother from the world he came from?" Vanilla informed. "We saw memories with a device that I created with Eggman. But other than that, we never saw any memories about his family life. That isn't our problem to deal with right now," Tails said, before changing his wording. "I mean that we didn't see it as something we should ask him about. He was very guarded about his past when we showed his memories. Especially so after the talk we had after Lord X had left our world just a few days ago," Tails informed as Vanilla let out a hum. "Well, the reason he wasn't as keen on telling you all about it was because he'd just met you all. So I can see why he didn't wish to tell you. But in our conversation earlier tonight, he was deeply hurt by his biological mother," Vanilla said, as Tails gave a nervous hum. "Was he abused?" Tails asked, after a minute of silence. "From what he mentions, it was mostly neglect, but it became outright abuse when he didn't come home with a good grade," Vanilla said, sighing as she sat down on the couch. "That's not how a mother should react to getting a bad grade," Tails muttered on his end of the line. "That's not all, Tails. I'm not sure if he told you this. But from his body language alone, she wasn't the only one who abused him. I'm not sure if it was his father, but from what he looked like when I tried to get him to look me in the eye earlier, he watched my hand very closely. As though he expected that he'd be attacked," Vanilla said, as Tails grumbled off and away from the phone. "Of course we have someone who is mentally screwed up. Did he say anything about how he got to our world? Anything that could be of use?" Tails asked. "Not that I know of. He never mentioned anything about that. He's currently sleeping in the bedroom. I will be getting him some things tomorrow to help him settle in the home, and I will have him take Cream to school tomorrow," Vanilla said, as Tails gave a good hum. "That's good. Having him connect with Cream on a mental level will allow him to bond with her," Tails informed as Vanilla spoke up. "That's the funny part, he's already seeing Cream as a little sister." Vanilla giggled. "How so?" Tails questioned. "Cream just climbed into his bed with him. She's cuddling up to him as he holds her still," Vanilla said, as she looked at Cream snuggling up to Izuku's sleeping frame. "Well, inform us if there's anything else we should be worried about," Tails said, as he hung up the phone. "Damn it, Tails, get out of that stupid workshop, and fuck me already." A feminine voice rang out upstairs. "Crap baskets. Equals 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 equals. The next morning, Izuku found himself holding Cream close to his chest as the little girl was sleeping soundly in his arms. He found himself giving the girl a hug and rubbing his head on hers as though he were placing his scent on her, not for anything too lewd, mind you, just to make sure that anyone thinks about hurting her that someone else is keeping watch over her. He'd read it in an article one time in his world that bunnies and rabbits tended to rub against one another to calm their nerves, not to mention to make sure any other enemies knew that they were not to be messed with. Again, he didn't know how true that comment was, but he decided to just leave it be before climbing out of the bed. Cream, bless her soul, was still clinging to his shirt as he held her up in the air as he left the bedroom. The way she was curled up like a baby in his arms reminded him of the fact that in his world, his mother had given birth to his baby sister in that world not too long before his death, and he was now really hoping that his mother would be capable of taking care of her without putting the girl through a lot of hardship. He entered the kitchen with Cream as Vanilla glanced over her shoulder and smirked at him before setting up the table as Izuku placed Cream in her own chair. "I saw her climb into your bed last night. Make sure that she makes it to school today, all right?" Vanilla asked. Sure thing the Vanilla-san. Izuku said, as he rubbed his eyes and yawned. Breakfast will be done in a little bit. How about you take a shower real quick? Vanilla said, as Izuku nodded and left the two girls in the kitchen. Cream took this moment to fully open her eyes as she took in her surroundings. She found her mother looking at her with a smile on her face as Cream smiled back at her mother before she found herself being given something to eat. Once Izuku came back from his shower, Cream had noticed that he'd gone without his shirt this time as she watched him look around the room with a nervous expression on his face as Vanilla smiled. The green fur on you looks great, Izuku. You look like a green rabbit ready to take on his day. Vanilla said, as Izuku looked away. I feel a little embarrassed at how I don't really need to wear clothes in order to not be naked. Izuku said, as Vanilla chuckled. You don't need to conform to our rules in our world. You can wear clothes if you want. It's most of our species that doesn't even really wear clothing except for the males of our species. Vanilla explained as Izuku gave a nod. I've been thinking about living here. And in order to settle down here, I need to learn how to be one of you guys and make it a habit. Izuku said, as he looked at Vanilla. Izuku, you don't need to conform to our society's ways of living. Especially since most of us women wear clothes to feel mostly better about ourselves. I think Amy has some things to say about that department. Although, if anything, if you wish to try out our society's customs, I won't stop you. But if you feel too uncomfortable with it, you can tell me about it. Vanilla said, as Izuku gave a nod. As Vanilla gave him some food to start his day, he started to eat it softly before he fully began to eat as much as he could in quick succession. Vanilla did also take note that Izuku's body type was not nearly as built as Sonic and Tails, as she could just barely see the ribs on his chest before she wrote something else in her small notebook about things she picks up from Izuku's body language looks. Looking down at her list, she was becoming very wary about how many things were wrong with him, not to mention that she was planning on taking him to a local doctor in the town just to see how healthy he really is. She then counted the things she's seen him do that caused her to recognize the problems he was showing her. 1. Slight limp in left leg, probably leftover problems from being hurt badly. 2. Jitters whenever he is alone with others trained into him. 3. Neglected behavior, isn't aware of most things that others do, sheltered mostly. 4. Glaring amount of wary behavior when in a safe area, trained into him physically. 5. Remove the fur and there would be different scars and old wounds that were healed over clear abuse from either peer or family. 6. Trust in authority figures, probably from a life of bullying, not much found on that. 7. Wary of his surroundings, as though waiting for something or someone to appear. 8. No regard for self-preservation, if what Tails and the others told me before he arrived is true. Looking at these notes, Vanilla felt a stray tear fall down her face as she heard Izuku and Cream leave through the front door. Once the door was clicked shut, she fell to her knees as she looked at the notes with something akin to pure hatred and fear. To see that she had to write this down meant that mentally he was very screwed up to the point that it would take for her to literally train those things out of him, aside from the limp in his leg. From her mediocre knowledge about medicine, the fact that he still had a limp in his leg meant that it didn't heal correctly. She then decided to prepare his room with things that she could find in the garage with items she'd found inside that used to belong to her late husband. She stopped when she found an old wooden guitar that needed some new strings, and with Izuku and Cream gone, she left to get some new strings thinking that the boy would like it. It could be a showing that she really cares for him. She was only gone for a few hours as she grabbed another new guitar as well, using some rings she'd found along the way so that the boy could use two different guitars in the event one broke. By the time Izuku had returned back from taking Cream to school, she heard him coming towards the bedroom that she was setting up entirely for him. Once he entered the room where she was setting up everything, she looked at him with a smile as she saw him eyeing the guitars in the corner of the room. He reached out for one of the guitars as he began to thrum his fingers along the chords before looking up at her, to which she nodded her head at him as she took a seat at a nearby chair. Vanilla watched as Izuku tuned the guitar until he got it to where he liked it. She watched as a ghost of a smile appeared on his face as he began to play a small melody in the moment before he began to sing softly, and she knew right then and there that he could become a very good singer. And he chose a good song. Not that she'd heard it before, as he began with a small beginning few notes as he began to get further into it. It sounded a little wonky due to it being a guitar doing the beginning where she believed a piano would have better off here. And this is the link to the song. Hope you enjoy my suffering of writing each and every lyric. Although I prefer hearing sad songs in general. Web links. Heart beats fast, colors and promises. How to be brave. How can I love when I'm afraid to fall, but watching you stand alone. All of my doubt suddenly goes away somehow. One step closer. I have died every day, waiting for you. Darling, don't be afraid. I have loved you for 1,000 years. I'll love you for 1,000 more. Izuku stopped as he began to sing the second verse, and his strumming went from swift and precise to soft and low once again. Vanilla was sitting in front of him with awe written on her expression as she smiled at the boy. She knew that he had a good talent that he could use, and she was wanting to hear more about it. That was when Izuku began to sing the second verse of the song. Time stands still, beauty in all she is. I will be brave. I will not let anything take away what's standing in front of me. Every breath, every hour has come to this. One step closer. I have died every day, waiting for you. Darling, don't be afraid. I have loved you for 1,000 years, loved you for 1,000 more. And all along I believed I would find you. Time has brought your heart to me. I have loved you for 1,000 years. I'll love you for 1,000 more. Izuku stopped right there as he began to continue using the guitar to bring the part of the chorus to an end. He continued strumming the chords as he knew there was another part to the song left over, and the song he was singing was to his baby sister that was still in his old world, the one he gave up for this place. Vanilla noticed that the boy's eyes were now watering as he sniffled a little as he began the third and final part of the song, as she found herself kneeling in front of Izuku, a palm on his lap as she stared into his eyes. His heartbroken and hurt expression showing through in the song he was playing and singing at the moment. One step closer. One step closer. I have died every day, waiting for you. Darling, don't be afraid. I have loved you for 1,000 years. I'll love you for 1,000 more. And all along I believed I would find you. Time has brought your heart to me. I have loved you for 1,000 years. I'll love you for 1,000 more. As Izuku continued to strum the chords, he started to slow down until he reached the end of the song before he did one last strum to end it off. Slowly putting the guitar to the side, he placed a hand over his mouth as he started to sob unintentionally as he began to think about his baby sister that he'd unintentionally left behind to be killed off. An innocent child that was left to Lord X's doing, whatever the deity was planning on doing to his home world. He was now seriously regretting having the deity take his planet and home for himself at this point as Vanilla pulled him into another hug, which he was now counting that this is around the 4th or 5th time he'd been hugged since he got here. That was a beautiful song. Where did you learn it? Vanilla asked, as Izuku looked away, tears still falling from his eyes. I'd learned how to use a G guitar when I passed by a small musician store owned by a family called the Jiros. They taught me how to sing as well as play instruments. They were like the second family I wish I had, aside from you, of course. Izuku said, trying to not make the rabbit angry. Don't worry about me, Izuku. I know how you are feeling right now. But don't worry about that right at this point in time. I hope you're ready to become my child in all but blood, in the eyes of the law, mind you. Vanilla said, as Izuku nodded. Vanilla then pulled out a small folder that held an image of his bunny-eared form smiling at a nearby camera. How the woman got that, he had no clue, but he shook his head and saw the line at the bottom asking him for his signature to be officially named Izuku the Rabbit. And raising a hand, he slowly moved his hand over to the paper, and signed his first name on it as Vanilla had stopped him from writing his last name out of habit. There, you should play the instruments in the room for some time while I get this finalized. I think Cream would like to hear you sing sometime though, Vanilla said, standing up, stretching and leaving the room with a smile on her face. Izuku sat inside the room that was given to him by Vanilla the Rabbit. She had been an overly caring person in his life that he just felt was far better than the mother who had literally birthed him into his old world, the world that he'd allowed Lord X to take over. He still had certain nightmares about the monstrous deity coming back to Mobius because of the fact that he'd become bored with Izuku's world, unaware of how much fun the deity was really having. Although Izuku kept his mind away from the deity that he'd just sicked onto his home planet, albeit very reluctantly, he focused his time on making sure that he was the perfect older brother to Cream. The small rabbit had taken to him being a new older sibling of hers like a fish to water. She had him playing with her for the next few days after he was adopted by Vanilla, and the two told the little girl about him being her new older brother. The fact that he was also a rabbit himself played even more into the fact that he was Vanilla's biological child, although from a green-furred individual who could be the father of him. As Izuku spent most of his time singing songs for Cream, Cheese and Chocola, the latter two being chows that Cream had saved from being killed by Eggman's robots a few times in the past, he was training himself to become stronger. Izuku enjoyed the time he'd spent with Cream, Cheese and Chocola as the three children enjoyed the times he incorporated his music into fighting. He didn't do it often, but he'd sometimes, whenever he felt like it, would bring a musical instrument that he'd play whilst using certain fighting moves that caused Cream and the others to dance to the music. As of right now, however, Izuku was in the backyard of the rabbit household as he did his normal training regimen in an attempt to become far stronger than he was originally. And today was the day he was going to try something different. It was going to be very dangerous, and he knew that it could injure him greatly if he continued to do this without supervision, but he'd just rather see if he had a power of his own aside from his massive ears. Standing in the middle of the yard, Izuku entered a power-charging stance that he'd seen from shows in his world. As he grits his teeth, he tried to feel out for something deep within him, even though he felt as though he wouldn't be capable of feeling anything. He was completely and utterly blissfully unaware of the fact that green electricity began to scatter itself all around him. And that was what Vanilla exited the house to as she saw Izuku's entire body glowing as his eyes remained shut and his fists clenched as the green electricity sparked all around his body. She was about to ask him what was wrong, before she noticed the sky darken from the sheer electricity Izuku was emitting. And she began to rush towards him, believing that something bad would happen to him, not even a few days after the first good thing to happen to him had happened in his life. Just as she was a few feet away from him, a lightning strike flew down from the sky and Vanilla felt the entire world begin to move in slow motion as she could barely move in this kind of speed. Without even being capable of reaching Izuku before the lightning strike, she could only watch in horror as Izuku's eyes opened up as they were glowing a toxic green as the lightning strike slammed right into his head from above. The ground cratered as it struck Izuku straight on top of his head, electrocuting him from the head down. As he let out a scream of what appeared to be pure pain and misery, Vanilla began to rush towards the crater before she found him screaming in ecstasy and pure happiness. She looked at Izuku with confusion as she watched him move his body parts at extremely high speeds, but small gusts of wind were blasted out each time. They weren't very powerful, but Vanilla felt her heart race as she walked up to Izuku with a very unhappy expression on her face. "Vanilla-san, I did it. I found my power," Izuku called out happily, as Vanilla stopped in front of him. "Izuku, I know that this is a big moment for you. But can you please inform me as to why you didn't tell me about this?" Vanilla asked, sternly. Sorry, I thought why you were too busy," Izuku said, shuffling his left foot on the ground. "Izuku, I'm not mad, I just want you to know that you can tell me how you are feeling in the moment. Now can you tell me why you thought you should do something as dangerous as you just did?" Vanilla questioned. "I felt a weird presence when Lord X took over my body for a moment when I sent him to my home world. It was as though he unlocked something that was forever hidden to my biology. It was something that I should have had when I lived on my world." "A quirk," Izuku said, his face as ecstatic as it was elated. He moved his hands and ears around as green electricity moved about it, providing a good warmth to him. Vanilla moved her gloved hand in his direction as she merely had it held out in Izuku's eyesight as she let her palm get close to the sparks of electricity. As soon as she was close to the electricity herself, the sparks moved directly to her finger, providing a static shock to her as she yelped in surprise of the shock hitting her through the glove. Looking up at Izuku, he looked worried before she waved him off and brought him inside the house as he figured out how to turn off the electricity off his entire form. They were so surprised by his new power, that they nearly didn't hear the door open up as a robotic voice was heard by the two. "Mrs. Vanilla, I have brought young Cream back home from school." The robotic voice called out. "Make sure that Cream knows she needs to take a bath, General." Vanilla called out as the robot gave an affirmative salute. "General, who's that?" Izuku asked, as Vanilla told Izuku about the robot's backstory. Apparently General was a badnik that had been working for Dr. Eggman in the past. He had been sent after Sonic and friends in order to finally put an end to the Blue Blur and the Restorationists, only for that to fail miserably as Tails had managed to work on the robot after defeating it. He then tailor-made it to keep Cream and Vanilla from any and all harm, something that the robot took to with great gusto, and it made Izuku understand that Cream already had a somewhat bodyguard. When Izuku left the kitchen as he entered his bedroom, he found General standing near one of the instruments. He looked over at Izuku with a wave as he walked up to the slightly shorter rabbit, and newcomer to the rabbit family as a whole. Looking Izuku over completely, he did a full body scan as General then stood back, allowing the information to completely fill its thoughts that were not expressed. As soon as a few minutes passed by without any words from the robot, General looked at Izuku before standing up from its sitting position on Izuku's bed before speaking to him. "Hello there, Izuku the rabbit. I apologize for not meeting you earlier. I had not known that Cream had an older brother in this household," General said, surprisingly sounding human. "Hello General, I hadn't known about you either. But I'm glad to know that you've protected Cream all this time," Izuku said, as the two shook hands. "Let's work together to keep young Cream protected from any and all harm," General said, as Izuku couldn't help but chuckle. "That's the plan," Izuku said, as he got over to the instruments. "Do you play those?" General asked, as Izuku looked up at him. "A bit. I played a few songs for Cream as well as Vanilla during the last few days. They seem to think that I'm good at it, although I'm not sure that I am all that good personally," Izuku said, rubbing the back of his head. "Then please try and make a song for everyone to hear. I'm sure that if Cream and Vanilla appreciate your singing, then everyone should hear it," General said, before leaving the room. Equals 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 equals. As time continued to move by, Izuku found himself working more for the Restorationists after every Eggman fight. He was becoming a very useful member of the pilots that are used to evacuate the civilians to another area where they can wait until everything is rebuilt and fixed after a major battle. Eggman had gone missing for a while now, as no major attacks from him had come up, and Izuku was becoming slightly worried about what the man was up to, especially since nobody knows what he's up to most of the time. As Izuku was preparing the ship for flight, he heard movement behind himself. Turning around, he found Sonic and friends walking up to him as they all had been wearing smiles on their faces. Looking at them with a bit of trepidation, he watched as they stood a few feet away from him as a thought occurred to him. Why were they looking at him worriedly? "Are you guys okay?" Izuku asked, as he cleaned the windshield of one of the Restorationist shuttles. "Did you hear about what happened to Sally Acorn?" Amy asked, looking at him worriedly. "Last I had heard from her, she had returned back to her kingdom." "Is there something wrong?" Izuku asked, as Sonic tossed a small picture on the ground. "We found her, but she wasn't who we thought she was," Sonic said, with an angered expression. Picking up the picture that was conveniently placed on the ground, not looking towards Izuku, he flipped the page and found the very sad fate of Sally. She had been roboticized by Robotnik at some point in the last few months, and it really hit Sonic hard, apparently, as he wasn't as talkative as he used to be. Looking up at Sonic himself, Izuku took note of how quiet he was being as he kept glancing at him from the corner of his eye. "Is there a reason why you are telling me this, guys? Isn't Amy going to be the new leader of the Restorationists whilst Sally is gone?" Izuku asked, confused. "Because we thought you should know. She's been the only one to show you more kindness than most of the others, especially so after the whole Lord X incident about 5 months ago," Amy said, as Izuku shook his head. "If you all are still worried about me from that, I'm fine. Besides, I didn't leave that situation without anything good coming from it," Izuku said, as he went back to work. What are you talking about? Tails asked, confused. I managed to realize something a few days after Lord X inhabited my body and left Mobius. Apparently when his spirit inhabited my body, it unlocked something that was forever locked tight to my biology ever since before I came here. Izuku said, as he lifted his hand and activated his power. The group watched on in awe as Izuku's hand glowed a teal green before green electricity sparked around his palm. Tails was the most in awe as he rushed over and held Izuku's hand with leather gloves. He inspected the electricity as Amy was next to come over to him as she did the same. The one that confused Izuku the greatest to check out his power was Sonic of all people. Looking at his palm, Sonic compared his blue electricity that sparked whenever he used his power to Izuku's as he looked up at the rabbit boy. So, you're telling us that Lord X left you a gift after leaving Mobius? Sonic questioned softly. I guess, if anything I only found out about it when I noticed a spark from my hand when I unplugged my guitar from the socket of the wall a week after that whole event. Izuku said, as he finished cleaning the windshield. What can you do with it? I want to know everything. Tails said, as everyone brought him inside of the base. They had multiple contraptions as they tested his new power to the highest limits that Izuku had shown. They ran through normal tests of speed, strength, endurance as well as dexterity. They also noticed how his intelligence stayed relatively the same albeit with a higher speed of processing thoughts. When the tests were over, Tails had looked over at the new person with powers in their movement to fight back against Eggman and started to compare notes with others who had similar powers. So you're saying that lightning of a storm had increased the effects of your electricity? Tails asked, pulling out a note card. Yeah, Vanilla noticed that whenever a storm was nearby, I was far more energetic. And whenever it was a clear day, I could just only run around for a few hours. Izuku said, as Tails recorded the information for later. This is good. In the event that something bad happens, you could be someone who could help us fight Eggman if a stormy day happens. Tails surmised as he smiled at Izuku. I'd rather stay as far away from fighting as possible for now. I'd rather stick to being a helping hand whenever possible, Izuku stated as Tails nodded. That's fine. Almost everyone in the Restorationist army are fighters, so having someone who prioritizes safety above all else is good. Amy stated as Izuku left the room. Once he was gone, the others took note of how lightning was not the only way Izuku could gain power. They had strapped batteries on his back as they had soon found out that whatever energy he holds within his body could be used as a conductor to help recharge other things as well as move electricity into other objects. It was a surprise to be sure, but a very welcome one. Equals 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 equals. On the other side of Mobius, within one of the secret labs of Dr. Evo, Eggman, Robotnik, the good doctor in question, was looking over his notes. The last few times he'd fought Sonic and the blasted rodent's friends, he'd lost each time. And he really wanted to get a win, and fast. So as he focused on his research to make the newest big threat, a portal appeared behind him as someone walked through. He wore some boots that had high heels on the bottom of his feet, a red overcoat that slightly looked like a maroon version of Eggman's overcoat. He also wore glasses on his duck bill that didn't really do much for his sight aside from making him appear smarter than he initially appeared to be. He walked into the room as he shook his head and a bit of snow from his ears as he entered the room. Eggman took notice of him from the corner of his eye before focusing on the task of creating a device that could turn whatever he wanted into robots just from a mere touch. He looked at the latest test subject, a mere plant that had a drop of the weird silver-looking goop land on a petal. And as it slowly transformed into that of a robotic flower, the inner part of it had been red in color as Eggman chuckled to himself as he made certain modifications to the virus, as he called it. Drive Starline, do you know about where Rough and Tumble are? Eggman asked, keeping an eye on his research. They are in prison at the moment, good doctor. Anything you need me to do? The platypus questioned with a smirk. I need you to break them out and you can fight Sonic. You will need some experience in fighting the blasted hedgehog yourself if you are to become my successor. Eggman said, as he focused back on his work. Your word is my command. I will be back in a few days, good doctor. Starline said, leaving through a portal. Back with Eggman, the scientist was working on a small device through a hologram as he worked hard to make it near undefeatable. He couldn't help the smirk as he saw the initial look of his face on the virus itself, as he couldn't help an evil laugh make its way out of his mouth. Ho, 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 I can't wait to see what Sonic tries against this new plan of mine. After all, it will leave him looking like one of my devices. Be prepared, Mobius, if I can't have you, nobody will. Eggman said, as he let out an evil laugh fit for someone as evil as him. Ho, 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 ho. A few weeks have passed since Starline had left the Eggman base in his secret location. Eggman was working especially hard to complete his research on his newest project, the metal virus, his magnum opus for this point in time. He couldn't wait to see what would happen when introduced to actual live experiments, and he had already tested it on inorganic life forms such as plants from multiple locations around the globe. And it worked in different ways. Either it spread extremely fast, or it worked at a dreadfully slow pace that made Eggman attempt to adjust the virus to make sure that it could spread very quickly. He was in the middle of a live test on an organic life form within Mobius as he was checking how it would react to a life form from the planet itself. And the results were conclusive as he watched as one of the chippies he'd collected from the nearby forest from his base and dumped his metal virus liquid on it, bathing it in the liquid. Almost immediately the animal had become a robotic zombie that didn't follow any commands at the moment, but it was a resounding success at how fast it acted with the animal, and Eggman moved on to another test. Seeing how long it would take for it to spread the virus towards other organic lifeforms within the same test tube, and he managed to get another animal touched by the robotic zombie and isolate it in another area. For a few hours the metal virus took hold on the animal as its body fought against the virus as long as it could. But eventually by the 4th hour of fighting, the body couldn't hold it off anymore and the animal became a robotic zombie, and Eggman was very thrilled with this kind of information that he moved on to another test. Seeing how fast the spread of the virus could be if he allowed it to be with the other animals in the test tube from prolonged interactions with the infected individuals. And he could only laugh in hysterics as he watched the 2 robot zombies continue to poke and prod the other animals as they screamed for help as their bodies slowly became robotic zombies. But there was something odd about the last organic life form that Eggman noticed. Unlike how he originally planned for the virus to spread the infection through a mere touch, the last animal was running around the test tube as though they were very fearful of these robots. That was until he watched the robots tear the animal limb from limb and begin eating its entrails without mercy for killing it, something that very disturbed the scientist as he stared in morbid fascination. This was a major setback, as he'd never stated that he wanted to kill all organic lifeforms on the planet, just turn them into robots so that he could terraform the planet into his own image. He set another organic lifeform inside to see if they would continue this kind of action towards another. And like clockwork, the trio of roboticized zombies had walked over to the animal as it looked at them in confusion before they gained weird expression on their faces and became very feral towards the new lifeform introduced to them, tearing it limb from limb whilst also not spreading the disease over to them in a way that would give him the idea that he could spread the metal virus to those who couldn't fight against Sonic and his friends. Although this gave the man a characteristically sadistic smile on his face as he immediately looked at his new pets, as they looked at him through the test tube that was highly protected from being broken. It's only a matter of time before I fix this minor setback within the metal virus. But this actually might be the only way for me to get rid of Sonic forever. Although I will miss the hedgehog for destroying my plans of world domination, it will be worth it. Eggman giggled before cackling. Ho, 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 ho. Opening square bracket closing square bracket 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 opening square bracket closing square bracket. Over in Westside Forest Mobotropolis, Izuku had left the cottage that Vanilla had moved to after the whole event back in Central City. With Izuku needing to learn how to utilize his newfound power in secret without anyone finding out about it anytime soon, they had him training in the forest near Mobotropolis in a way so that he could do it in peace. The young rabbit was now looking far better in terms of his mannerisms as well as conversing quite soundly with General, who was talking about the many ways to protect Cream from any and all harm that Eggman could do to them. They were walking through the forest and towards Mobotropolis so that they could get some groceries for Vanilla, as she needed some food supplies to make dinner for the next few weeks if they were going to stay in the forest for much longer. The two were entering the city and entering a small convenience store that Vanilla frequented a lot over the last few times she'd come to the city herself to check the place out on her own. Izuku and General managed to collect everything they could for the next few days for Vanilla to cook before they heard the sound of something flying high above the city. Looking at the sky, the two noticed an Eggman-shaped ship that was only consisting of the evil doctor's face as its mouth opened up and a weird silver liquid had come out falling towards the city. "General, is that supposed to happen?" Izuku asked, as General immediately locked into place, causing the rabbit to look at him. "Are you okay, General?" Izuku asked, waving a giant gloved hand in front of the robot's eyes. "Danger imminent to Cream the rabbit. We must return to the house and evacuate everyone from the home," General said, as he rushed towards the forest. Hey, wait up," Izuku called out to General as the two ran into the forest. In their rush to get into the forest, they had forgotten to see what was happening in the city behind them. As they disappeared in the forest, the civilians looked at the weird silver liquid as it landed on some of them, turning them into roboticized zombies almost immediately, who attacked anyone they set their eyes on. Most of the Mobians and humans who were around had been attacked almost as fast as the liquid had roboticized the civilians, with most of them being infected with the liquid as it spread from person to person. It eventually got to the point that there was enough roboticized zombies that they began to search for anyone who wasn't infected and kill them on sight. With Izuku and General, they had arrived at the cottage as they had kicked the door down. Entering the living room with a slightly miffed expression, Vanilla looked at the two as they were looking around the area for Cream before General moved through the house as though to search for her. Izuku rushed over to Vanilla and began to pull the woman out of the house and over to the car nearby that she had managed to buy with some rings she'd collected over her time working in the city. But the woman was beginning to see the fear in Izuku's eyes as he was trying to push her over to the car as fast as he could. "Izuku, what is wrong? I know that you've wanted to see the Freedom Fighters HQ for a while now, but this is ridiculous," Vanilla said, as she giggled nervously. "Now isn't the time, Vanilla-san. We need to get out of here. Eggman's attacking the city. A weird liquid came out of that giant face in the sky, and I really don't think it's a safe kind of liquid," Izuku said, as Vanilla nodded, becoming serious. General had ran out of the house as he scanned the forest nearby as he searched for Cream's signature before realizing the other place they were supposed to be going to whilst in the city. The kindergarten where Cream would most definitely be waiting for the two of them as he looked at Izuku. "Do you think you can run to the kindergarten to collect Lady Cream from school? She was in the city still," General said, as Izuku immediately nodded and rushed off. "Lady Vanilla, we need to leave the city. I have scanned signs of a virus attacking the populace and I find it to be very dangerous to keep you within the city," General said, as the woman nodded. "Will we be able to meet Izuku and Cream back over at the HQ?" Vanilla asked, extremely worried. "I surmise that Izuku has a 95% chance of getting Cream and leaving the city without getting infected," General said, as Vanilla nodded and drove off. As Izuku ran through the streets, he found scenes that were horrifying in his eyes. The Mobians and humans who were transformed into weird-looking red-eyed monsters had been sleek-looking in appearance, but they also had a robotic movement about their steps. Moving through the backstreets as well as alleys, making his way to Cream's school, he had finally arrived at the school in question as he saw multiple people running around the place. Children of all ages, of all grades were running from those who were roboticized in some kind of way, with tears flowing from their eyes as they screamed for their parents. He managed to get a metal bat as he started to fight the infected as much as he could, allowing the children to escape into the school as they headed to their classrooms. Rushing through the halls, he tossed roboticized enemies around before continuing further as he searched for Cream. Eventually he found the little rabbit with her chows and threw the baseball bat into the 4 roboticized zombies, knocking them to the ground as she opened her eyes and finding Izuku standing there. Running over to him with her chows not far behind, Izuku picked all 3 up into his arms and rushed out of the school. Cream was also asking if he was going to help all the others in escaping. As he stared at her before looking at the halls, Izuku sighed and rushed over to the principal's office for the intercom system. Turning it on, he took a massive breath as he spoke onto it, his social anxiety becoming a major problem in the moment. Everyone within Mobigarden, I need you all to remain as calm as you can. Make sure that you can exit the school in a calm but swift fashion. I am Cream's older brother and a part of the Freedom Fighters. And I need you all to come to the buses with someone who can drive one themselves, and make sure that you are not seen. I hope you all are safe right now, but you all need to be brave in these moments of strife. Izuku said, without a single stutter. Thank you for helping others, Izuku. Cream said, with a smile. We're not finished with evacuating from the city. We need to get to Restoration HQ. It's something I need to see myself so that I can see what I can do to help them. Izuku said, as he picked Cream up and rushed out through the halls. As the small group moved through the halls silently, they came across different groups of the roboticized zombies as they stayed quiet. Cream was something that gave him courage as he used their robotic movements against them as he created a sound on the other side of the hallway by throwing an item across the place. And within seconds the robotic monstrosities had rushed off to see who was in that direction, and by the time they reached the buses outside, he found a lot of children hiding under the bus. As he quietly called out to them, they pulled out from hiding under the bus, and Izuku asked for a head count of them all. Once they were all collected, Izuku climbed onto the bus and began to search for anyone who had a license to drive. Is there someone who can drive legally? Izuku asked as the children looked at him with concern. And no, all the T teachers were taken by the M monsters. The children called out scared. Darn it. Oh okay, I will need you all to buckle tight, I'm going to drive it for us. Izuku said, gulping slightly. Closing the retractable doors, Izuku had started up the bus with one of the bus keys he'd gotten from the staff lounge on his way to collect Cream earlier. As it started, a loud cry of the robotic enemies had been heard by everyone as Izuku put the bus in drive and pushed the gas pedal as the bus took off down the road. As they crashed into smaller items along the road, Izuku focused on trying to get the children to safety no matter the damage to the bus. As he drove as fast as he could down the road, he saw in the rearview mirrors that the roboticized undead were chasing after the bus as fast as they could. He'd come by some civilians who were running away from those infected and would stop to pick them up, filling the bus along the path to the outer area of the city. Once he'd collected as many survivors as possible of this attack from Dr. Eggman, he had finally brought the children and survivors out of the city. Driving along the dirt road, Izuku slowed the bus down knowing that they had managed to lose the robotic undead now and stopped on a nearby hill as he saw Vanilla's vehicle on the hill itself. As soon as he stopped the bus near the vehicle, Vanilla and Gemerl had moved over to it, leaving the car since they'd ran out of gas for it to continue down the dirt pathways. The two climbed aboard the bus as they sat in the free seats at the front as Vanilla looked at Izuku with surprise. I didn't know that you took this long because you were saving others. Vanilla said, looking at the weary survivors. It wasn't easy, I had managed to escape the first horde of them before meeting civilians who were trying to leave the city. I stopped by to pick up anyone who wasn't infected with whatever this plague is, but I managed to save as many people as I could. I just hope that they don't start doing things that are too scary for the children to know about. Izuku said with a grimace. You did all that you could, but we should really leave now. Vanilla said, as Gemerl entered the conversation. You managed to save Cream and the Chows from certain death. Good job, the robot said, as Izuku drove the bus at a slower pace this time. Moving through the countryside, Izuku watched in the mirror above him as Vanilla pulled out a radio and called Restoration HQ. She seemed to be in a major talk with whoever was on the other side of the radio as a whole as he drove as much as he could towards a location. He had no idea where it was. Eventually Vanilla had begun to give him directions as to where to drive to get to the Restoration HQ that was about a few hours away from their current location. Apparently, Sonic and Amy had met two people who were a part of this whole thing and were patient zero, but unlike what was happening to the people in the cities, they were just trying to infect the two. And due to Sonic saving Amy from being infected, he was forced to be infected himself as he is now running across the world in order to save as many people as possible whilst also keeping his infection in check. Apparently, if you are fast enough you can literally run the virus away. For the few hours that the bus was driving, Izuku was slowly becoming more and more sleepy as he and the bus finally arrived at Restoration HQ. Driving up to the gate, he found that some people had been protecting the front gate from any roboticized undead that he'd come across, as they wore heavy armor around themselves or were actual robots. As one of the robots did a scan on the entire bus, they allowed him to drive it into the base as he parked it nearby, as he saw Amy rushing over to the bus itself as civilians had begun to get off. Multiple people had been diverting the populace over to the internment areas where they could rest and stay safe from the virus that was coming around the world of Mobius as a whole. By the time Izuku, Cream, Vanilla, the Chows, and General had climbed off the bus, Amy had immediately given each and every one of them a hug and thanking God for their survival. Izuku was slightly blushing at the fact that Amy was hugging him so tight to her, but he just patted her back as he was still very anxious around women and was moving through the crowds as he, Vanilla, and Cream met up with Amy in the command center. "So I'm sure that you all want to know whatever this virus is?" Amy asked, looking at each of them. "I was going to the store with General and an Eggman-faced ship had dropped a weird silver liquid onto the city. But I don't know exactly how it works," Izuku said, as Amy nodded. "Thankfully Tails has managed to get us some information on that. Apparently, it's called the metal virus, and Eggman did indeed create it. The problem though, is that if there is enough infected who are a part of the metal virus, numbers, they begin to act like literal zombies from pop fiction. They tear through the bodies of those who are unfortunate enough to come across them, and they eat them whole. It's kind of terrifying, to be honest," Amy said, as she shuddered. "That explains why there was so much blood at Mobigarden," Izuku muttered as Amy stared at him shocked. "Please tell me that the children didn't die. I saw some exit the bus earlier," Amy asked, as Izuku shook his head. "I don't know. All I know though is that I saved as many children who were hiding as possible. I even saved some people who managed to survive the beginning of this thing in Mobotropolis. I will be honest with you, Amy, this is something that I don't even think that Sonic can beat all by himself," Izuku said, with a pensive expression. "Well, we can only hope that Sonic is able to get us information on the metal virus itself, or Tails makes a cure for it soon. He's in Central City at the moment, getting an in-depth look at how they are acting and making a cure as we speak," Amy said, as Izuku sighed in relief. "Can I help with the rescuing of the civilians near those kinds of cities?" Izuku asked, hopeful to help out more. "I don't see why not. Actually, since you are asking, how about you assist Tails over in Central City? Your assistance could be of use," Amy said, as Izuku nodded, rushing off. As soon as he arrived at the hangar bay, he climbed onto one of the ships that were heading out to Central City. The ship took off towards the city so that he could be of some assistance to Tails. The young fox could definitely use the assistance with fighting off the zombots, as Amy called them. As soon as the ship was flying high over Tails' lab, Izuku leapt out of the ship as it flew off towards Restoration HQ to refuel so that it could come back and save some civilians. Landing just outside of Tails' lab, Izuku knocked on the door as the young fox opened the door slightly to see Izuku waving at him. Allowing Izuku inside, the fox focused all his time on creating the vaccine for the metal virus whilst Izuku made sure that Tails wasn't inhibited from being interrupted. He heard Tails talking inside about needing a life sample of the virus as he knocked on his lab door as the young fox opened it with a vial in hand. "Don't worry, Tails-san, I will get that sample for you," Izuku said, as Tails thanked him. Silently moving through the massive building, he opened a nearby window and climbed out of it. Closing it softly without a sound, Izuku moved over to some samples of some leftover metal virus laying on the ground as he collected it quietly from the street and covered the lid and rushed back inside the laboratory. Knocking on the door again, he gave the vial over to Tails as the fox got right to work on how to re-engineer the virus and transform it into a cure based on the data that Sonic was providing. Just as Tails began to upload the information over to Restoration HQ, the internet for the building went out and Tails went to pull out the hard files from his computer, just as Izuku was launched through the metal door to his hidden computer. Looking at the rabbit, Izuku had some blood falling down his head as he'd smacked his head on the corner of the counter as Tails pulled him into the area where his ship was located. Luckily that didn't make him drop the files as he'd placed it on Izuku's stomach as he pulled the boy behind the shutters for his ship mecha. Breaking through his lab, He tossed the few infected around as they rushed over to the escape route over where Whisper and Tangle were last located within Central City. The two had made it near the escape shuttle that was set to head out for Restoration HQ when Izuku had placed the files in Tails' hand, who looked at him with shock. "Get out of here. I will hold them off," Izuku called out as the Zombots rushed at the two. Without a second word, Tails took off into the sky as Izuku jumped from the plane that Tails had built for being a mecha and onto the side of a nearby building. Looking at all the Zombots nearby, Izuku jumped to another building as the Zombots followed after him. Tails and the others screamed out for him as he rushed through the streets with millions of Zombots running after him, their faces in snarls as drool came out of their mouths as well. Turning around a corner, Izuku came across another group of Zombots, although they were a much smaller group of them, and Izuku looked to the sky and found the shuttle where Amy and the others were located. He smiled at it as he saw a glimpse of Cream staring down from the ship at him as the Zombots came at him from both sides. "I guess this is the time to test out my powers over electricity," Izuku mumbled as his body began to emit an emerald glow. "You have managed to destroy most of the world, Eggman, but you will not take away our hope," Izuku called out, as lightning struck where he was, clearing the entire waves of Zombots that had surrounded him on all sides. And from the shuttle, they couldn't see Izuku anymore from where he was located down on the streets. Cream let out an agonizing scream of anguish as she tried to rush out of the shuttle to go find Izuku, as the boy's form was no longer shown in the streets below. A large lightning bolt had struck Izuku in the middle of the entire horde of Zombots, and as the entire bolt had struck where he stood, he used the lighting of the strike to escape into a nearby manhole. Crawling across the ground under the roads of Central City, Izuku rolls over on his back as he breathes heavily from the effort used to make sure that he bought enough time for the main Freedom Fighters ship to head off. As he slowly lost consciousness, time passed by for a few hours as he suddenly awoke to the sounds of the manhole above him breaking apart. Looking up at the manhole, he found someone who had been trying to hide in the sewers. Taking in a brief glance at who was entering the sewer, Izuku found it was one of the surviving civilians who had been sought shelter in the sewer system of the once great city. They took note of Izuku's injured state as they approached, as they pulled out some bandages and began to help him heal from the injuries as they moved away from him, hoping beyond anything that he wasn't infected. And as Izuku moved himself against the wall of the sewer before, the young man glanced over at the civilian who was staring at him with some slight fear in their eyes. I'm not infected. Jay just injured from using a powerful strike. What happened whilst I was unconscious?" Izuku asked, as the civilian stared at him in fear still. "Is there something wrong?" Izuku asked, as they pointed behind him. Turning to see what was behind himself, he found hundreds of very hungry Zombots rushing towards him and the civilian. Pointing upwards, they rush up the ladder in an attempt to escape the Zombot undead, and smashing the manhole off the ground. The civilian had fled from the area as Izuku climbed out of the sewer. Looking around the known area, Izuku ran off as fast as he could in a way to search for the rest of the restorationists who had left Central City. By the time he had finally exited the city, he found himself breathing raggedly before taking stock of the situation in front of himself. The city was transformed into a metropolis of pure metal and pure mechanical might. He looked at his current surroundings as he noticed how the forestry around Central City itself had been slowly transforming into a mechanical forest that replaced all the life that had once called it home. Standing up from his kneeling position as he caught his breath and moved in the direction the ship that the restorationists had flown in, as he stumbled about the place, and for what seemed like a few more hours, he came upon a small town on a hill. It just so happened to be the town that he saw a massive ship located at, and he made to move through the forest. He was slowly moving without rest. By the time he had entered the town, he saw two people fighting against the Zombots and immediately rushed to assist them as hard as he could to prevent their demise. As soon as he landed on a nearby building, he overheard the sound of talks between Sonic and a lemur-looking woman. She was looking happy as she fought the Zombots, as Sonic began to show some happiness as well. "You know, I never thought that I'd see the day when you really needed a break from all this hero work, Sonic," the lemur called out, laughing. "Hey, you know me, heroic to the end," Sonic quipped as he kicked another Zombot away. "I know, but you should probably leave, Sonic. I'm not sure how much longer I can hold them off, but I'm sure that we can come up with a plan in order to do this thing," the lemur said, smirking although her eyes betrayed her true feelings. What are you talking about? You need to head out, I can hold them off. Sonic said, as the lemur revealed something on her shoulder. A small piece of liquid metal spreading on her shoulder as she sadly smiled at Sonic. Sorry bub, but I've been infected. I was checking on my friend when she jumped me at her place. Her name was Jewel, and I've been infected ever since. The lemur said. Just as Sonic was about to speak again, the two noticed movement from the rooftop that Izuku was on. They watched as a figure leapt into the middle of the zombots as they stared at the unknown figure as a lightning bolt struck the ground, taking out almost all the zombots in the surrounding area. As they prepared for a new threat to come, one that brought lightning bolts into a fight, they only found a green rabbit who looked very familiar to them. As they rubbed their eyes, they noticed that it was actually Izuku, who wasn't infected despite landing in the middle of the horde of zombots, stumbling over to them, injuries all over his body as Sonic rushed over to him. Hey, are you all right, kid? Sonic asked, reaching out to help him before pulling a hand back in fear. I'm fine, just need a breather, Izuku said, raggedly breathing. You look as though you've seen some stuff. What happened? Where did that lightning bolt come from? The lemur asked, curiously. I can generate electricity. But it really hurts when I allow it to hit myself, even though I don't know if I can master it enough to not hurt myself. Izuku panted, before stumbling over near the two. Sonic reached over to his communicator on his ear as he heard Amy calling out to him. Sonic, we got all the civilians that we could find in the town, we are preparing to leave the town. By the way, where did that lightning bolt come from? Amy called out. Amy, you might want to have Cream come out here, Sonic said, as he heard Cream enter the comms. What are you talking about, Mr. Sonic? Cream asked, as Sonic spoke again. You might want to hear it from the guy who helped buy us enough time to prepare to leave on time, Sonic said, holding out his communicator. Mr. Sonic, what are you talking about? Cream asked, bewildered. Hey, Cream, Izuku panted even more, eyes half-lidded. Big brother, Cream screamed out, as Izuku heard a crashing sound. As he stared at the communicator in confusion, he heard the sound of something flapping, and as he looked up in the air, he found Cream staring at him with tears in her eyes as she dropped from the sky towards him. Her arms became outstretched as she landed on the ground near him as she rushed up to him and gave a very large hug before she began to cry into his chest as Izuku was knocked off his feet as they fell on the ground together. Cream wailed in happiness as she hugged Izuku as tight as she could before General had arrived in front of them as he spoke in Cream's place. We had thought you died. Your life signature had disappeared from Central City when that lightning bolt had struck your position, General said, as Izuku glanced at the robot. I found a manhole. Hid down there for a few hours, until a random civilian helped cover my wounds with some bandages, Izuku said, as General picked the two up. Lady Tangle, you appear to have reached 35% infection. We should remove the uninfected out of the area, General spoke as he turned to fly away. Sorry Sonic, but you can leave me here. I will hold them off, she said, with a sad smile. You keep yourself safe until the end, Tangle, Sonic said, before rushing off. Tell Whisper that I'm sorry, she called out, as a new horde of zombots came at her from all angles. By the time the ship had disappeared, we watched as Tangle fought against the zombots until she had fully succumbed to the zombots, becoming one of them. As she stared off into the distance, her red glare stared in the direction that everyone had went before walking towards the nearest civilians who had not been able to escape the town. Opening square bracket closing square bracket 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 opening square bracket closing square bracket. Sitting on the ship, the medics that survived the attack on Restorationist HQ had set to work on keeping Izuku awake. Cream was next to him the entire time as Amy spoke to Tails about what they saw back in the city, not to mention the information that Sonic implied that Izuku was far more capable than they originally thought. Not only that, but he was capable of creating lightning from thin air and managed to show his strength in the last few moments before Tangle had gotten overwhelmed, although Whisper wasn't taking this news very well. Izuku had noticed how Whisper had stuck near Cream the entire time as she silently cried on the poor girl's lap. But to hear the fact that Vanilla had been transformed into one of the Zombots back at Restorationist HQ. It was hard to take in, but Izuku was far happier with the fact that Vanilla wasn't torn apart in front of Cream's eyes. He had seen enough of that in the city when he had been running around trying to get to the shuttle with Tails back in Central City. Shaking his head, he reached a gloved hand over at Whisper as she stared at it for all but a moment before holding it within her own as she just simply held onto it. I'm sorry about what happened," Izuku muttered, as Whisper stared at him for a moment. She said nothing as she stared into his eyes from her own closed eyes for a few minutes before she nodded and moved away from him and sat next to Cream. For a while nothing was said between the three as they all found themselves landing near another safe zone that the Zombots hadn't taken over as of that moment. As they tried to come up with a new plan of action, they all were listening to any and all plans that Eggman and the others had thought up. And outside, Izuku sat on a bench as he still was recovering from the whole lightning strike alone, although it wasn't as alone as he thought since he could see Whisper nearby holding a scoped weapon at Eggman through the window. He prepared to stand up to stop Whisper from killing the man who could help them save Mobius from being taken over by Zombots, when Cream stood in front of the scope. Izuku was slowly becoming scared for her when Whisper lowered her weapon as she stared at Cream, an unknown conversation between the two silent to even his ears before they settled it as tears fell from Whisper's eyes once more. Izuku felt now was the time to enter the conversation as he calmly placed a palm on her shoulder, softly as she looked over at him as he gave her a sad smile. "Hey, I know that you are going through some hard times. And I know that there isn't anything that I can say to add on to whatever Cream told you, but you should know this. So long as we can trust Sonic to stop this from continuing, you will be able to see Tangle again. If that is who you are mourning," Izuku said, as Whisper stared at him. "Izuku's right, Sonic will be able to save us from this mess. I just know it, even if he looks as though he might fall over from exhaustion," Cream said, furthering Izuku's point. Whisper stared at the two for a few minutes before nodding and walking away from the area. And as she waited for everyone else to finish their plans, they moved away from their current area as they decided to search for Knuckles, hoping that the Echidna was still alive in Mobius. For hours they had been searching around the planet before arriving at the island floating in the sky looking as serene as it had always appeared for the freedom fighters. By the time the ship landed on the ground of Angel Island, Sonic jumped off from the roof of the ship and said his hello to Knuckles as he rushed off to run off his infection. Once everyone got off the ship as well, Knuckles took stock of the situation before looking at Amy with a very confused expression. "What happened, and why does Sonic look similar to Metal Sonic?" Knuckles questioned. "We are going to need some time in order to talk about it, Knuckles. But I need to tell you this. Restoration HQ has been lost," Amy said, as Knuckles stared at her in even more confusion. "What? How?" he called out. "Ask Eggman," Whisper muttered as she walked by. Looking at the man, Knuckles glared at Eggman as he chuckled whilst looking away with a whistle. "What can I say? I never thought that I could make a virus this unpredictable," Eggman said, laughing. Izuku stood across from the others as he stared down at the growing army of Zombots. He had seen them tear Mobians and humans apart like they were tissue paper. He was more afraid of becoming one of them than he was of fighting against them, but he had to get his mind on right. He needed to help General protect Cream as she'd seen her mother get essentially turned into a Zombot in front of herself. I swear, nothing we do can even stop this thing," Izuku muttered, pressing a hand to his eye. "You and me both, kid," Sonic said, as he used the running treadmill. Looking at the blue hedgehog running on the treadmill, he couldn't help but think about a hamster running in a spinning wheel. And he began to chuckle a little bit at the thought, causing Sonic to look at him with a scrutinizing gaze. "Hey, don't laugh at me. This isn't a laughing matter," Sonic said, as the metallization on his arms slowly broke away. Sorry, it's just the way you were running. It reminded me of a hamster in a spinning wheel back home, where I used to live," Izuku said, slowly feeling guilty. "Don't worry about them, what happened between you and them happened. But at the same time, you, sacrificing your world in order to save ours may not have been a good move. But at the same time, I appreciate you sacrificing the home you lived in for ours. Not many would do that, Sonic said, looking at Izuku with sadness. It still doesn't make what deal I made with Lord X right. I gave up the home I had known for 14 years of my life, just to save yours. My mom may not have always been on my side, but, even then I still loved her. Izuku said, as he stood up. The two remained silent for a while as Sonic finally spoke up to him. Feeling that if they all didn't survive this fight, then he should at least die with some dignity and apologize to Izuku. Hey kid, I'm sorry for the words I gave you at the beginning of the whole sacrificing your whole reality. It wasn't right, and I was just furious that you wouldn't save your own home. And that doesn't mean that I should have been angry at you. You saved my reality, and I couldn't be happier about it. You're not a hero at the moment, you never got trained for it. Sonic said, pausing his little speech. Well shit, Eggman's voice rang out interrupting Sonic's little speech. What's up Eggman? Amy asked, looking at the egg-shaped doctor. We've got a new threat taking over the Zombots. And are spreading through the world as we speak. Eggman said, showing a recording from one of his motobugs. It showed 6 people of various colors, and they didn't look like they'd be friendly. Not only that but they each held a Chaos Emerald in their possession. And they were taking control of the Zombots from various areas around all of Mobius and all were heading towards Angel Island. The Deadly Six are here, Eggman said, grim expression on his face. 0W0. As the group tried to come up with a plan to fight the Deadly Six, they couldn't think of any other way to get the Chaos Emeralds away from them. But ultimately, they decided to split up and fight the Deadly Six so that they could grab the emeralds and bring them to Sonic in order to use them. As his super form could theoretically stop the production of the metal virus on his body. Izuku had volunteered to head over to fight Xena as he was quite literally the only person who could fight her from a range as well as close range. Gemerald had thought that he should fight her, but Izuku informed him that his primary objective was to keep Cream safe. He would return as soon as he'd gotten the Chaos Emerald back to Angel Island, just so that Sonic could be saved. And as Eggman and Tails worked on the Warp Topaz, after Eggman had sent Dr. Starline through his very own portal after stealing the Warp Topaz. Once the Warp Topaz was used to teleport to where all the Deadly Six were located, they all split up to fight each of their decided opponents. Izuku stood at the portal where he'd be going to fight Xena, before Cream hugged his leg. Turning around he looked into her eyes as she stared up at him with a teary expression. He knelt down and pulled her into a hug as he smiled at her with the best, "I'll be fine," expression he could. "Don't worry Cream, I will be back. Just follow Gemerald's directions and stay safe," Izuku said, as he leapt into the portal. As he appeared in the sky, he used his giant ears to flap his way down to the ground. Once he landed near Xena the woman looked at him with disgust before glaring him down. "Who are you, boy?" she asked, as Izuku smirked at her. "I'm going to need that Chaos Emerald," Izuku said, as he leapt at her. Over with Tails and Amy, the two arrived at their specific location where their opponent would be. Zomom was sitting in a house as he was eating some food and controlled the Zombots to bring him food to eat. He even was shown threatening those who weren't Zombots to be turned into them if they didn't make him more food. Amy and Tails then leapt at him preparing for a fight, as they tried to first beat him with a smart attitude so they could come up with a plan to defeat him. But like most plans, they would fail miserably as soon as Zomom had realized that Tails' initial plan of telling him his lunch was nearby a folly. The two glared at Zomom as he launched from his angered position at them with his mouth wide screaming at them. "If I can't have any food, then I will just eat you." Back with Izuku, he dodged each of the pink whips that Xena launched towards him. He leapt over another whip as he pulled his arm back as green electricity had sparked around him and pushed his hand forward. A blast of compressed air and electricity was blasted towards Xena who just stared at it in awe before it encompassed her. "Gya!" Xena screamed as her entire body twitched from the electric shock. Izuku ran towards Xena as she still screamed in pain before she shook herself free of his stunning attack. And she let out a burst of air through a shockwave as he was blasted away into a nearby wall as she grabbed his throat. She glared down at him as he glared back up at her with no showing of fear as she smirked at him. You show no fear towards me, I'm sure that you will feel it when I get you infected," she said, pushing him towards the zombots nearby. As Izuku struggled to escape from her grasp, he found the zombots actually reaching for him as his body became encompassed with electricity. Xena stared at him in confusion before the sky darkened before she could even realize what was going on. Looking down at Izuku, who was glaring at her with determination, he gripped onto Xena's shoulders as his eyes became manic. "I show no fear to you, because I've witnessed someone far scarier than you are," Izuku said, his pupils shrinking. As the sky darkened even more, Xena attempted to toss Izuku off of her. But only for Izuku to grip her even harder as green lightning fell from the sky and smashed right onto the two of them. Xena let out a pained scream of agony as thousands of volts of electricity coursed through her body. Through her screaming of agony, Izuku managed to pull the Chaos Emerald from her chest as he jumped away from her. He felt something touch his left arm but thought nothing of it as he rushed over to where the portal back to Angel Island was at. As soon as he made it to the portal, he leapt into it as he teleported back to Angel Island itself as he landed on the ground safely. Xena was left to the zombots as they tore her to shreds before ending her life. As Izuku landed on the other side of the portal, he stood upright as he looked at those who had also arrived. Amy and Tails had come back cheering. The Babylon rogues hadn't come back but threw the Chaos Emerald through the portal. Espio had arrived with a Chaos Emerald himself, with nothing more than a smirk on his face. Silver and Whisper arrived as well with good luck with their own Chaos Emerald as well. Everyone was smiling until they saw Izuku as he was looking at them confused. He blinked at them before looking at where they were looking and felt his face pale as he looked at it. What? How did that happen? Izuku asked, looking at the small dribble of metal virus on his arm. Izuku, I need you to toss us the Chaos Emerald before it gets infected, Amy said, as Izuku did that. As everyone gathered the Chaos Emeralds, they noticed they were missing one before they all heard a sound from far away. Izuku stayed far away from the others as he sat on the edge of Angel Island. He stared at the incoming army of zombots. He sighed before he looked at the others as they were making a plan before he looked at the incoming enemy. I guess if they can't find it in their hearts to send Sonic now of all times, I might as well go, Izuku muttered, as he stood upright. Looking at his arm, he found that the infection had increased further. Him not keeping active allowed it to take control of his entire arm as he moved back a few paces. As he was psyching himself up, he heard someone walking over to him with a concerned expression on their face. Izuku, what are you planning? Rouge asked, worriedly. They're planning on fighting that guy, aren't they? Izuku asked, as Rouge nodded very nervously. Then I will give them the opening they need to get the Chaos Emerald from Zavok. He's the leader of the Deadly Six, right? Izuku asked, as Rouge very non-committedly nodded. Then I guess it's time for me to actually do something more than just defeating one of the Deadly Six. I need to do something that will make my sacrifice of my home worth being here, Izuku said, as he glanced at Rouge. You can still do something, Izuku, you don't need to do this, Rouge said, a little too loud as everyone looked at him. Izuku glanced over at everyone as they watched him turn away from Rouge and rush towards the edge of Angel Island. Sonic immediately knew what Izuku's expression meant as he rushed to stop him as fast as he could. Silver flew next to him as they both rushed to Izuku as the bunny jumped off the edge of the floating island flying towards Zavok as the man spat on Knuckles' island. Did he just spit on my island? Knuckles' voice was heard in the background as they rushed Izuku. Falling through the air, Izuku felt the electricity around him as he bent himself towards Zavok, who looked at him in confusion. The sky darkened as well as Zavok looked up above Izuku as the bunny landed at his chest where the last Chaos Emerald lay. Holding onto Zavok's chest, Izuku placed one of his palms on the Chaos Emerald as he tried to pull it out as his electricity became too much for him to hold in. What are you planning, brat? Zavok screamed at him as he reached for Izuku. I'm just a distraction, Izuku screamed back at him. As Sonic and Silver flew after the boy, they watched as a giant lightning strike slammed into Zavok from above as he growled in anger and pain. Sonic and Silver then got close enough to pull the Chaos Emerald from him, just after Zavok had thrown a pile of zombots onto Angel Island. With the zombots attacking the others, it wasn't long before a large group of their remaining numbers eventually became infected. Izuku leapt away from Zavok as the giant man had glared down at him with fury, and Izuku smirked at him. His entire body soon became encompassed with the metal virus as he turned right in front of Zavok. With a great deal of dramatic irony, Izuku was slammed into the ground by Zavok as the giant man had glared at him furiously. With Sonic and Silver, the two had used the Chaos Emeralds to transform into their super forms, bringing them back to full power. The two then used the Warp Topaz that was in Silver's grasp as they used it to take the metal virus and have it be disintegrated in the sun. With Zavok and Izuku, the bunny had been pummeled into the ground by the villainous man. His body parts were broken apart, all before they were put back together due to the metal virus, and the virus itself was yanked from his body before Zavok smirked at Izuku. The boy looked confused for a second, before collecting electricity around his body and slammed a fist into Zavok's chest. Gwog. Zavok coughed out before Izuku appeared above him. Manchester. SMAAAASH. Izuku screamed as he sent his foot into Zavok's head. The explosion from his attack created a shockwave that caught Silver and Sonic's attention as they watched Izuku take down Zavok. When the shockwave had cleared up, Izuku was shown standing on top of Zavok's unconscious form with his fist in the air. Silver looked at him with nothing more than shock and awe as the boy looked up at them. "Gee, good job on stopping the metal virus," Izuku called out, before he was tackled by Rouge. "You complete idiot," Rouge called out, pulling Izuku into her chest. The boy was left blushing crimson as the woman held him tight to her chest. Sorry. I just wanted to help," Izuku replied as Rouge pulled him close to her as soon as she exited the hug. "You will not do that ever again. Do you know how worried you made both me and Cream?" Rouge called out. No," Izuku said, looking down. The two stared at one another, green eyes looking into blue. And before they could do anything else, Silver had rushed over to the two of them with a very hard expression. All before pulling Izuku into a hug as Silver made sure that Izuku felt appreciated for what he had tried to do. "Just leave it to us next time, okay kid?" Silver asked, as Izuku nodded. I'm sorry for stealing your thunder," Izuku said, as Sonic chuckled. "You didn't steal our thunder. You placed yourself in unnecessary danger. Sure, you were already infected with the metal virus. But you could have died from the fall had you not landed on Zavok," Sonic said, as Izuku looked more guilty than before. "I'm sorry," Izuku said, as Rouge pulled him away. "I'm not taking you out of my sight for a long while," Rouge stated, as Izuku blushed crimson. Where is Sonic?" Izuku asked, confused. After the whole final battle against Zavok, and Silver sending the man and his friends back to their planet via the Warp Topaz one last time, the device in his grasp simply exploded and was incapable of being used anymore, and with that the Grey Hedgehog made his way back to his timeline. Izuku was confused as to why Rouge was hanging around him though. She had never made herself out to be the cuddling type of person. But each time she came over to Vanilla's house after they had repaired the city from all the destruction Eggman caused, he felt himself become a blushing mess whenever the batty woman had come by. Call it his horny mind, but he just couldn't get her face and form out of his head. He tried asking Vanilla multiple times, but the rabbit mother just giggled at him behind her hand and went back to the dishes, just telling him to use protection when the time comes, even further confusing the bunny boy as he just went back into his room. He collected his guitar and began to fix its strings as he began to get back into using it again. Ever since Vanilla had gotten it for him out of her attic, he'd never let it leave his sight for more than an adventure with Amy and the others. But as he focused his time away from the freedom fighters, he worked on making a new song that he felt was perfect for him. He wasn't one for inspiration, so he just began to use a song that was more attuned to his life. Each time he sang, however, he always had an audience in cream, cheese, chocola and general who had always listened to him. It eventually became a routine for him, and as he sat in his room today preparing to do another song to himself, he noticed something inside his drawer causing him to tilt his head, his large ears falling to the side with it. Reaching inside the drawer, he pulled the item that was glowing inside of the drawer before noticing how weird it was. "Gee, that's weird," This L looks like a chaosy emerald, but it's not, looking like them in terms of their appearance. Izuku mumbled to himself as he held it in his gloved hands. Before he could react, however, the emerald glowed even brighter in his hand as his vision was taken back to a vision of his past. E=EH, Izuku screamed, as Vanilla entered the room. Izuku, what's wrong? Vanilla called out, worried before the blue glow from the emerald in Izuku's hand enveloped hers and his vision. 0W0. Vanilla felt herself appear in a place that was vastly far different in terms of technology compared to Mobius. Looking around the place, she soon found Izuku standing nearby looking worse for wear as she walked over. Reaching a gloved hand out to be placed on his shoulder, she found it moving through his body as she took in her surroundings. They were on top of a building, and as she looked around, she found that Izuku was a human in this place and took his visage in. He was scrawny, but not too much, although the baby fat on his face definitely wasn't doing him favors with girls around his age. But that wasn't the thing she was growing more and more worried about, it was the fact that there was another man here. His hair was unkempt and scraggly, blonde in color with two tufts of it bent at an angle that pointed up before bending downward at the edge. His black-colored sclera and deep ocean blue pupils looked at Izuku as he coughed up blood. And Vanilla watched as Izuku reached into his pocket to give the man a handkerchief to help with the blood. "Thank you for that, young man," the man's voice said. It was deep, strong, but at the same time sounded so weak and fragile. "Are you really All Might?" Izuku's young voice asked, as Vanilla winced at how scared his tone showed. "Of course I am All Might. But this is what I really look like," All Might said, lifting his shirt. "You see this? This was done to me in my prime, I was at my most powerful and I still got hurt. Looks disgusting, doesn't it?" the man said, as Vanilla winced at the man's tone. "What does that have to do with anything? Is he answering a question?" Izuku asked. Vanilla questioned aloud in the weird vision. All Might, I have to know. Can a quirkless person like me ever become a hero like you?" Izuku's young tone called out, looking at the man with reverence and trepidation. "A hero like me? No, I should think not," All Might's tone said, defeated. "What? How could he?" Vanilla asked, looking at the scene in front of herself. "Heroes give their lives daily, kid. Not every one of us is immortal. Not every single one of us are capable of getting damage dealt like what you saw and get away with our lives. So, you asking me if you can become a hero like me is stupid. It's asking me if you can fight the same villains as the ones I face every day and get away alive. It's irrational and highly dangerous. So to answer your question like I did earlier, the answer is no," All Might said, standing up and walking over to a nearby door. What? Izuku's voice asked, completely broken. Vanilla had half a mind to manifest herself in the vision and slap All Might in the face. The fact that he put down Izuku's dreams like this, on a rooftop of all places, was highly immoral. Not only that, but had he thought better of his words, he probably could have made sure that it was let out a fair bit easier. But all she saw was the man tell a boy to give up his dreams of heroism. Not only that, but do it in such a way that it broke the boy both mentally and emotionally, as the boy held his chest. She could easily see the signs of an emotional and mental panic attack as she moved closer to the Izuku in the vision. "That was the day I really found out what meeting your heroes meant." Izuku's voice rang out, causing Vanilla to look over at Izuku. "Izuku, are you all right?" Vanilla asked, rushing over to his Mobian counterpart. I'm fine, but I think this is showing me my past. And helping me try to move past it," Izuku said, as Vanilla nodded. "So, that emerald that was in your hand, it's showing me your memories?" Vanilla asked, as Izuku nodded. I think so. But we have to wait and see," Izuku said, pointing at a bright light. 0W0. As the bright light covered the two sides of the area, they covered their eyes. All before the light died down and revealed a large building with brick walls and some vines growing on the brick walls. Glancing over at Izuku, she found his little Mobian face slowly growing fearful as the place soon grew a dark aura. They were soon moved towards a classroom as Vanilla watched from Izuku's third point of view of his day of school before meeting All Might. It just so happened that this day's events leading up to meeting All Might all happened in the course of half an hour before All Might appeared. How Vanilla was getting this information, you ask? Izuku's memories provided it to her. She watched as the day progressed, as how Izuku's memories showed her was an everyday normal for him. She watched as the boy's teacher for the specific class had entered the room with a bunch of papers in his hands. And then watched him encourage the students in the room to use their quirks before lightly scolding them. Although there was an outlier in terms of personality that she could see right away. A young man with ash blonde colored hair stood up on his desk with nothing more than a feral expression on his face. He glared at each of the students, calling out how each and every one of them would be nothing more than D-lister heroes because of their quirks. Meanwhile, he'd be the number one hero who would be far richer, more famous, and powerful than the current number one. All Might. Everything just had to stem from that man, didn't it? She watched as the boy talked about how he aced the mock exams with a perfect score. And as she glanced over at Izuku, she could hear what the boy was thinking about in the moment as she heard him mutter to himself. I got a near-perfect score as well. The boy mumbled quietly. Then the teacher encouraged Bakugo's behavior by adding on to the fuel of his ego by talking about the school he wanted to go to. Apparently, there was a school named Ua High School that this Bakugo wanted to go to, stating that he'd be the only one going there from this dump of a school. At least she found herself agreeing with the boy on that department. The room was filthy. Ah, Midoriya. You signed a paper here saying you wanted to go to Ua as well, right? The teacher droned out. Vanilla could almost hear a pin drop in the room. It was silent as soon as that was stated before the entire room was engulfed in complete laughter and mockery. Mobian Izuku floated down next to the downright furious rabbit woman as she glared at each and every person in the room with righteous fury. There's nothing you can do about this memory, Izuku said, as Vanilla pulled the boy under her chest. I know, but that doesn't mean that I have to like it. Vanilla stated as they watched the memory unfold further. Bakugo, the boy with ash blonde hair, jumped from his seat, attacking Izuku immediately as soon as the class finished mocking the boy. Vanilla immediately hugged Izuku tighter into her body as she watched the other boy assault Izuku with nothing more than his super ability. All whilst mocking him for having no power within that world and still wishing to become a hero. Whilst everyone including the Bakugo boy saw it as a complete mockery of the hero life. Vanilla herself found herself a little bit inspired by the boy in this memory. He was doing everything he could in order to become a hero, even if he wasn't training his body, he was training his mind. And she would know, the mind is more powerful than the body. Soon the day would end, after some explosive beatings that Bakugo would give Izuku, something that she held him tighter whilst it happened. All before the blonde moved to leave the room as she heard something she greatly hoped that Izuku didn't want to do anymore. You know, there is a way you might be able to become a hero. Just pray you get a quirk in your next life and jump off the roof. Bakugo said, as he laughed as he left the room. Vanilla's expression went from righteous rage to a calm fury. She clearly hadn't expected the boy to fall to such a low in his emotional, mental and physical abuse towards her surrogate son. But here he was, showing his true nature to the boy as she looked down at Izuku to see the boy crying. This memory was a bit too much for him to handle, so just as the bright light was entering their view, she closed both of their eyes before projecting a calming aura around them both. 0W0. They were now in a location that seemed to project a safe environment to Vanilla. She glanced around the room to see multiple photos of Izuku's previous family. Until she saw what the place really looked like. As she glanced around the room and really looked at it, she found that it was a pigsty in how cluttered it was. Alcohol bottles were laid all around the place as a very short but plump woman sat on the couch nearby. She held one of the bottles in her hand as she drank it whilst looking at the news. The woman barely gave Izuku a momentary glance before focusing on her drink. Something that Vanilla felt was not a safe thing to do around a child who had a very bad day of school and in general. So as soon as the boy walked into the hallway, oddly as silent as possible, she heard the woman speak. Izuku, what are you doing? The woman's tone of voice asked, very darkly. Just changing my clothes, Mom. The boy replied, in a very fearful tone. Don't tell me, even your home wasn't safe. Vanilla asked, placing a gloved hand over her mouth. Do you really want me to say? Izuku asked, looking up at her through her breasts blocking his view. Before Vanilla could even respond to it, they heard the sound of a crash and a hiss of pain as they saw the woman using her quirk on the boy. Vanilla could feel the boy under her slowly begin to tremble as he breathed slowly to try and calm his raging heartbeat. And they could do nothing but watch as the boy's human mother, someone who was supposed to love and protect him, do something that a mother shouldn't do. She used her quirk to break the boy's bones, softly at first before a loud crack as Izuku's mouth opened up to scream before the mouth snapped shut. Vanilla watched on in horror as Izuku's voice in the memory became muffled by his own mouth as he screamed in agony. What made it worse for Vanilla was how the mother snapped the bones back into place without a single blemish on the boy's skin being revealed. Then after that was done, she watched as the boy on the ground trembled in pain, tears falling from his eyes as he did his best to crawl away from the woman. Don't think that you can get out of doing chores for tonight, Izuku. By the time I get back from work, I expect the house to be spotless. The woman's voice growled before leaving behind a crying boy on the ground as his body curled up into a ball. Tears falling through clenched eyes and a trembling body as Vanilla pulled Izuku into a hug. I'm so sorry that your human mother never treated you kindly. Vanilla whispered into his ear. I know. Don't let go. Izuku's voice whimpered in a silent tone. As if to add further salt into his metaphorical wounds, it showed the day that he was transferred from his world into Mobius. The boy had a far happier smile on his face, but that was just a mask on his face from what Vanilla could now see. The boy had a small bruise on his wrist, that she could barely make out from how he was running down the road. An explosion happened nearby. Looking over at the area where a wall was broken apart, he found that there was a civilian laying under some rubble as he rushed over to them before his mind could even process what was happening. Pulling the rubble off the civilian, he found that the man was bleeding from his head as Izuku managed to pull them out. Why, young man, what are you doing here? The older man asked. I'm here to get you out of here, Izuku said, with a small grin. Well, keep yourself hidden. There are villains in the building, the older fellow said, as Izuku hauled the man to the street and called for paramedics and heroes. How many villains are inside the building, sir? Izuku asked, as the man coughed. There should be around 5 villains. But you should really be focused on the one in front of you, the older fellow said, as he grunted in pain. What are you talking about? There's nobody in front of me, Izuku said, before the older fellow's face became a sneer. I always love messing with the righteous ones, the older fellow said, as he placed all 5 of his fingers on Izuku's chest. Izuku had only a few moments to think about what was happening before the effects of a quirk activated. Vanilla then watched as a portal appeared in front of Izuku that sucked him inside of it, tearing his body apart, leaving just a bloody smear on the ground and a yellow backpack on the ground with his red shoes clattering to the ground as well. Vanilla stared at the scene in horror as she felt Izuku tremble even more in her grasp. 0W0, all before the vision in front of them faded and they were returned back into his bedroom back on Mobius. The two were now heavily panting and sweating very harshly before Vanilla grabbed the emerald and placed it in a small container. We are not touching that again, she muttered, as she glanced at Izuku. The boy was not faring much better than her, but he'd long since pulled his legs into his chest as he began to hyperventilate. Sitting down next to him, and lowering her own heart rate, she pulled her stepson into her hip as she hugged her from the side. His pupils small and fearful as he trembled in her hold. Rubbing his head softly, she hummed a soft tune as she felt him slowly calm down. She continued doing this until she heard his breathing even out as nothing was stated between them both. Looking down, she soon found that his body was now limp in her side as she pulled him over into her chest and laid down on his bed. He'd need someone to stay with him tonight as she looked out the window to see it dark outside already. Looking at the door to Izuku's bedroom, she found Cream standing there with confusion writ on her features. Mommy, what happened? Why is Big Brother crying? Cream asked, as Vanilla thought about her answer. Big Brother had a panic attack, and Mommy was planning on sleeping next to him to help him sleep better tonight. Think you can ask General to make breakfast in the morning? Vanilla asked, as Cream nodded. Of course, Mother. "What's in that box?" she asked, pointing at the box near the two. "Don't touch it," Vanilla called out, before grabbing it and hiding it inside Izuku's drawer. "Is something wrong, mommy?" Cream asked. "Jay, just don't touch it, oh okay," Vanilla asked, as Cream nodded with understanding. "See, can I lay down with you and Big Brother too after telling General?" Cream asked, as Vanilla nodded. "Izuku will need both of our presents tomorrow morning," Vanilla said, as Cream smiled happily and rushed off. Focusing back on Izuku, Vanilla hugged Izuku's face tighter into her chest as he hugged her tight as well. She rubbed his back as she covered the blanket over them both before watching Cream move over to the bed with her own blanket. Climbing on top of the bed, she laid down next to them before hugging Izuku from behind and happily sighing. "Don't worry, Izuku, we'll protect your dreams," Vanilla said, softly into his ear, giving his forehead a small kiss. "Bargain. Accepted," he said, as their palms connected. A very sinister smirk on Lord X's face had grown before he was blasted out of Midoriya Izuku's head as he found himself in the void once more. Looking around for a few minutes, he eventually used the coordinates that the bunny boy had given him to search for his next meal. He soon appeared high in the galaxy for Izuku's home universe. Licking his lips, he found himself slowly heading towards the small planet of dirt and water that was called Earth. Manifesting himself in the form of Sonic the Hedgehog, he landed on the ground within Musudafu's sacred forest. Taking a deep breath through his decaying nose, he retched at how bad the air quality of this world was. To think that the boy could live in a world such as this. "Now then, let's see what I can do about this world." "Ha ha 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 ha," Lord X said, before ending in a haunting laugh. Play video for the laugh. 3. Turning invisible, Lord X walked through the forest until he reached civilization. Walking amongst the crowds of Musudafu, he came across multiple scenes where heroes were abandoning their post as heroes. Apparently, more than a few months have passed since Izuku came to Sonic's world. Chuckling to himself whilst being invisible, Lord X continued to watch each and every person in this world, laughing loudly, causing those around him to become scared as well as confused when they felt his laugh all around themselves. It was here that he came upon a scene that made him wonder where the true heroes were. There was a young man being attacked and held hostage by a villain. The person held a gun to the young man's head as they screamed profanities towards everyone else. Lord X was mentally prepared to just let the person die before he decided to take on the form of Izuku's human state. Green curly hair appeared on his head, all before his height changed from around 4 feet 11 up to around 5 feet 5. His musculature had gone from almost none to non-existent, as his eyes remained their blackened crimson colors. Walking towards the scene of the crime, he reached a hand out towards the person who was holding the young man as a hostage. The villainous man was lifted into the air so fast that he got whiplash. All before he was hauled in as a small gust of air was blasted through his stomach, causing the man to cough up blood. Lord X used Izuku's body to smirk at the villain with sadistic glee. All before the two disappeared from sight, almost as though this whole event never happened. The villain, however, only could see darkness as bloody words appeared in his vision. What the fuck is going on? What happened to the city? The man called out angrily. What's that? He asked, before looking at the bloody words plastered on a nearby blackened wall. Want to play a game? Fuck this, the villain said, trying to find a way to escape the area. All before he was dropped high into the sky above the area he had been holding a hostage. He let out fearful screams of terror as he glanced out of the corner of his eye to find a boy with green hair and crimson-colored pupils and sclera that was black in color. For some reason his mind supplied that this boy was the cause for him to be this high in the sky. And something else about this boy caused him to be downright fearful of them. Call him crazy, but he thinks that whatever that boy is, the human side of them is long gone. And then the person spoke. You might want to hurry to the ground. If you don't make it there before I get you, I will kill you. The boy stated, as the man immediately pointed himself towards the ground in fear. As the man flew as fast as he could towards the ground, he was just about to slam onto the ground before an unseen force stopped him. He floated in the air for a moment as sweat fell from his head to the ground as he felt his heart rate increase tenfold. Looking around the area, He searched for the force that had been chasing him all before they appeared in front of him. Their position in front of him had them extending their arms far over their head and back before their head faced their face. All before smiling with such decayed and yellow teeth that made him want to retch. "You lose," the voice said, before he felt his internal organs push out of each hole in his body. 0W0. It's been a few weeks since Lord X had taken his first villain kill. He couldn't help but laugh at it each time he thought about it as he glanced over at the pile of bodies in front of himself. Staring at each person who arrived to him over the last few weeks made him chuckle at how they tried to defeat him. He was an eldritch entity from beyond their world and understanding. He'd already killed those smart enough to pose a threat to himself, and all that remained was children. He had long since taken over all of Japan with just his mere presence alone, and he smirked at all the women that were nearby. Some of them had white fluids coming out of their orifices, and he smirked at the latest woman who was brought to him. She had short brown hair that had bangs hanging from the sides of her face and a hopeful expression when she first arrived. The girl wasn't accepted into the hero school of her dreams but had come here to seek a place to live. Poor thing had been abandoned by their parents as soon as she failed getting into the hero school of her dreams. So ever since she had arrived at his door, he'd just used her as a seedbed for future usage. He'd also kidnapped a fair few women from the hero school that she had wanted to go to in order to use them all as seedbeds. Such little souls, so much time to play. But with that, my deal with the boy is complete, however. I guess I should send over a gift. This is extremely fun. Fighting people with superpowers is a great game. I haven't had this much fun since I fought Sonic in his own mindscape. Lord X said, before looking at a nearby hero held captive. "You won't get away with this, you fiend. Your treachery will not continue," the familiar voice said, as Lord X looked over at the man. "Ah, the infamous man who broke a child's dreams. How does it feel to know that the boy who you had sentenced basically to death itself, had forsaken this world in order to protect another from me?" Lord X questioned. "What are you talking about? Let me out so I may bring justice to you," the hero growled as he struggled to pull apart metallic bars. "You wouldn't happen to recognize a boy who looks like me, do you?" Lord X questioned, changing his form to Izuku's body. The hero remained silent as he tried to gather everything he could remember from around a few months to a year prior to this. But he was drawing a blank as so many things had happened in that time that he couldn't remember, causing the dreams of a boy to be crushed. "I have no idea what you're talking about, fiend, but I will deliver justice if it's the last thing I do," the man growled as he struggled to break through his chains and metallic prison. "So you don't recognize this body? His name is Midoriya Izuku. The child of Midoriya Inko, a boy with green curly hair, emerald green eyes, and 4 freckles on his face cheeks," Lord X said, as he spoke about Izuku. "What have you done to that boy?" the hero growled as he struggled to escape his prison. "I am just using his body, his mind, as well as his strategies in order to take down you pitiful heroes. I even took out your 100-years-long nemesis, all for one," Lord X said, pulling out the potato-headed man's skull. What? No way, I killed him myself 6 years ago," the man growled as he stopped struggling. "It's true that the injury you gave the man was a killing blow, but he managed to survive. You'd be surprised how easy it was to kill this man. He spouted about being the most powerful human on the planet but was felled by a single attack from me. He was weak, pitiful, just like you," Lord X said, before swiping his hand at the hero. A choking sound was heard from the man before his body fell to the ground. A head tumbled out of the prison area as Lord X reached down to grab the head itself. It was covered in shadows before we spin around Lord X as he reveals the head of Yagi Toshinori, All Might. The man's eyes were wide open in shock before they slowly closed before a wooden spike impaled the head completely. It's so much fun to see the fear on their faces. "Now then, I think it's high time I destroyed this planet," Lord X said, before looking at the brown-haired girl. "But what do I do with you?" Lord X asked, with a tilt of his head. The girl looked up at him. Her stomach had been inflated a tiny bit to reveal that she was pregnant of at least 1 month. He then decided with a large growing smile on his face that he'd do Midoriya Izuku a solid and bring this girl to Mobius. so that the two can live together and raise his child and possibly give him a small polyamorous relationship. After all, one can't be too happy with a life of strife and have it been completed with only one woman giving you affection. That boy needs at least 2 lovers. Now though, what kind of Mobian would you be? I know. You shall be known as Ochako the Squirrel, Lord X said, with a smile on his face. Using his magical power over the universe, he began to rapidly change the girl's body. She shrunk in size as well as lost her human features, but she kept all the curves of her 15-year-old body. Smiling at the prize he'd made for Midoriya Izuku, he used the remnants of his power to send the girl to Mobius. Looking at the incoming heroes down the street, he let out a massive laugh that permeated the entire city that had once been Musudafu. Play video here. 3. Once that happened, the heroes who were coming for him were all suddenly teleported to a different area. They all stood in the forest that belonged to the wildlife reserve for Musudafu, Shizuoka Prefecture, Japan. Looking around their area, they heard Lord X's voice ring out from all angles as he spoke to them in a tone demanding that they listen. I have been here for no longer than a month. And I have grown bored with you heroes fighting me, so I will be destroying the planet. But before I do that, I will kill everyone who lives on this pitiful planet before I destroy it. You have 15 seconds for you to hide and save yourselves from the potential death I will give you. Lord X said, before his signature laugh could be heard reverberating all across the world. We fly through the entire forest until we find Izuku Midoriya's body standing still at the entrance for the forest. His body twitching and glitching out before his head stared at the screen whilst manifesting a kitchen knife in his hand. A sick and sadistic smile on his face showing off decaying flesh and teeth as he stared at those reading. Let the survival game begin, Lord X said, before slowly walking into the forest with a very smug expression on his face. Izuku was moving throughout the house of the rabbit family. He had been very happy to see that Vanilla had accepted him into their home without any kind of problems. Her love and care towards him had made him actually reveal some things about himself with her, ranging from his bullying to his home life in his world. She had been understanding and told him that he would need to get therapy sessions in order to heal from the damage mentally done by his peers. Over the next few weeks after the two had found that weird-looking emerald in his drawer, they had grown closer as a parent and child. Although for Izuku, he was the adopted child within the family, and he couldn't be any happier with the life he was currently living at the moment. As he moved through the house as he gathered some things to prepare for his first outing as what he believed could earn himself some rings for the rabbit family. His singing. He'd never sang for others before, so his heart was thumping as he prepared himself mentally for this. He had originally only sung for those who were around to hear him using his guitar to sing, but this was going to be a first for himself in terms of singing for others who wanted to hear him. Izuku had already chosen a song he wanted to sing, and it was something from before the Quirk era, a song from a song artist going by the name of Nickelback, before the man lost his fans. As Izuku continued to gather his things to set out for his little outing, he heard something thump outside the house. Walking around the building and heading to the back door, he found something very odd that was laying on the ground. It was a couple of weird-looking emeralds, similar to the one in his drawer in size and appearance, although the colors of these were not the same as the one in his room, aside from one that was a darker color. Using his gloved hand to pick the item up, he glanced around the known area as he thought about what to do. Shaking his head at the thought of hiding these from everyone, Vanilla had already seen the one in his room, so he might as well just keep the rest of these with the rest of those emeralds. Gathering them up in his gloved hands, he ignored the feeling of power that was coursing through his body as he deposited them in the very same box as the light blue-colored emerald. Nodding at the gems hidden in his little box, he locked it tight before hiding it in a floorboard of his bedroom before grabbing his guitar. He really didn't want to go on another memory jump either on his own or with Vanilla again. They had gotten closer because of it, but he knew that she wasn't going to be prepared for if they had to go on another of those memory rides again. Taking a deep breath, he left the room and locked the door behind him before placing the key under his carpet just outside of the bedroom and walked down the hall once more before arriving in the living room to find Vanilla smiling at him. "You ready for your little play?" she asked, with a small smile. As ready as I'll ever be." Izuku replied as Vanilla smiled at him before pulling him into a hug. "Well then, Shall we head out so you can earn yourself some more fans? Vanilla questioned as she brought Izuku out of the house. Gemerl and Cream were standing by the car with Chocola and Cheese as the two Chow were happily flying around the bunny girl. Izuku gave the girl a pat on the head as the small family climbed into the rabbit woman's vehicle and drove off to the area where everyone was preparing a stage for the boy to sing at. What they were all unaware of, however, was a large portal that had Sonic's color scheme appearing inside the living room of their home with a girl being deposited from it onto the couch, as naked as the day she was born. The drive from where they lived all the way to the Freedom Fighters' base of operations was a quiet one. Izuku was looking out into the distance as the vehicle drove through the streets of multiple cities as well as small towns. They all said hello to the inhabitants of Mobius as they all thanked Izuku and Cream for assisting their rescue from Eggman's latest attack on them all as the Green Bunny had just lowered his head at their praise. Cream took in all the praise as she happily waved back at them and thanked them for the praise. Vanilla saw the more docile nature Izuku had with his peers, but at the same time she saw how he wasn't very fond of the whole complimenting he got. He had shown her from his memories that he never was given a compliment, and that whenever someone showed him kindness, he was very wary of what they wanted from him. It wasn't outright stated by the boy, but his actions spoke more than his words from how he was raised and abused by his peers. So when do you want to start having your therapy sessions? Vanilla asked, looking at Izuku with a glance for a moment. See, can we do it next week? Izuku asked, as Vanilla smiled at him. I'm sure that we can have Vector get some time set up for next week. Vanilla said, as Izuku nodded. Vector, he's the crocodile Mobian, right? Izuku asked, as Vanilla nodded. Yes, he's the one who I've been seeing as of late. It's so nice to see such a strong man be such a sweetheart. Vanilla said, with a forlorn sigh. Sorry about your previous love. Izuku said, as Vanilla shrugged at him. What's done is done, I can't change the past. Vanilla said, as they closed in on the base for the Freedom Fighters. Looking at the large base in the side of a mountain was jarring at first when Izuku had first arrived. But at the same time, he had grown used to it as they all entered the place to find Amy and Tails arguing with one another like an old married couple. The young bunny boy didn't know what they were talking about, but he felt as though he shouldn't be listening to them as he moved backstage as he pulled up some lyrics that he'd managed to collect from his world. Don't ask how he managed this, just know that he did it before he went to take the entrance exam for UA. Shadow and most of the other Freedom Fighters were sitting in the stands as they looked at the stage. He glanced over at Vanilla as the giant woman of a rabbit sat down next to him as he opened a singular eye as he sat upright. Vanilla, Shadow said, before Vanilla acknowledged his presence. Shadow, it's been a while since we last saw one another. Vanilla said, as she smiled at him. Yeah, I did something stupid during the whole metal virus thing, thankfully it wasn't permanent. Shadow said, before placing his arms behind his head. Be lucky that Sonic and Silver managed to save everyone, your actions could have caused everyone to fall into Eggman's hands. Vanilla said, as Shadow imperceptibly flinched but regained his calm exterior. I know, I have been thinking about how I can improve myself anyway. But that is to be seen later on. How is your relationship with Vector? Shadow questioned as Vanilla looked at him in shock. You know about our relationship? She asked, as Shadow nodded. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to know that that crocodilian has feeling for you. But just know that you should keep yourself safe at all times. That crocodile has a lot of enemies who'd love to take out those he is close with. Shadow said before sitting upright and watching what was happening below them. I certainly hope so as well. Just don't tell Cream about it right now. Vanilla asked, as Shadow gave a nod. Down on the stage Izuku was seen setting up his guitar so that the song could be heard by everyone inside the base. Amy and Tails could be seen sitting next to one another as they watched Izuku set himself up as he muttered to himself about trying to prepare himself mentally for this moment. Cream and her chows were watching with a happy expression next to Shadow's left as he did his very best to not appear annoyed by their presence. Vector soon arrived as he sat down next to Vanilla as he placed an arm around her giving the rabbit woman a side hug. Hey there Vanilla, what brings you here? Vector asked, winking at her. That was so bad, anyway I'm here with Izuku and Cream. We're going to see if Izuku can sing in front of a crowd. Vanilla said, as Vector gained a confused expression. Your boy can sing. I didn't know you had a son. Vector said, surprised. He's adopted. Well, more like a recent adoption. Vanilla said, as Vector nodded. I see, you picked him up from the streets. Vector asked, as Vanilla just sighed. You could say that. Now let's watch Izuku. And please be quiet, Vanilla said, in a low tone. As the entire crowd entered the room where the play was going to happen, they watched as Izuku finalized his preparations. Vanilla could only feel a small smile appearing on her face as she watched Izuku fumble about before finally taking some breathing exercises that she'd taught him a week prior. She'd seen how he could get himself worked up from just fumbling around. Through that she'd learnt that he was a bit of a klutz when it came to setting things up. By the time Izuku was fully prepared, he had finally looked up to see what kind of crowd he was gaining. And his face went straight into a little bit of fear seeing all the Mobians and some humans who had come here to hear someone sing. His mind was bringing up second thoughts about singing for others as he felt like he couldn't breathe for a moment. Following Vanilla's exercises once more he calmed his heart as he began to mess with his guitar. Once it was prepared to be used, he pulled the microphone to his position as he sat on a stool. Fixing the microphone's height compared to his own height he managed to speak to those who had come here today. Hello. I hope that I'm not disturbing your day. I just hope that you all enjoy the song that I'm going to sing today. It's from an artist that is from a world I come from. His artist's name was Nickelback, and I will be singing my favorite song from him today. So without further ado, let's begin, Izuku said, his face becoming determined. Greater than less than. Izuku had started out his song with a small entrance of a guitar, and someone behind him started up the drums as well. All before a second after he'd started with his guitar, he sang towards the ground. I am so high, I can hear heaven. I am so high, I can hear heaven. But heaven, no, but heaven, no, don't. Hear me, and they say that a hero can save us. I'm not gonna stand here to wait. I'll hold on to the wings of the eagles. Watch as they all fly away. After singing the end of the chorus with the guitar and drums beating hard with the crowd, everyone was nodding their heads softly. Even Tails and Amy were enthralled with the song that was being sung by Izuku, and with Vanilla, Cream in her chows, and Vector they all watched as Izuku's body shined green. Someone told me, love would all save us, but how can that be, when look, what love gave us, a world full of killing. Blood spilling, that would never have came, and they say that a hero can save us. I'm not gonna stand here to wait. I'll hold on to the wings of the eagles. Watch as they all fly away. The guitar and drum solo moved higher now as Izuku played as hard as he could to convey what he was singing further. The crowd had long since stopped being silent and were cheering for the bunny boy as he continued to play the guitar with the drums being beat behind him. All before he sang once more, catching the crowd's attention by how quiet had become now that he had stopped singing so loudly, as the music built up to his whispering voice. Now that the world isn't ending, it's love that I'm sending to you. It isn't the love of a hero, and that's why I fear it won't do. As soon as Izuku said the last part of the verse, the music then began to build back up to its climax as Izuku continued to sing with all his heart. The drums and guitar blaring out loud enough for them to be heard under his voice, but not enough to completely shut it out. And they say that a hero can save us. I'm not gonna stand here to wait. I'll hold on to the wings of the eagles. Watch as they all fly away. And they're watching us. They're watching us, as we all fly away. As the music in the background of the song began to slow down from its climax and reach its end, Izuku began to repeat the last few verses of the songs. And they're watching us, they're watching us, as we all fly away. Oh, yahe aha. And they're watching us, they're watching us, as we all fly away. Woa. When Izuku reached the final word of his song, the music then began to die down for the boy. He looked at the crowd as he began to pant from having to sing a 3-minute song that he'd decided to sing for the crowd of the freedom fighters. The crowd were staring at him in awe before he felt himself get a little self-conscious before he heard someone from the crowd shout out at the young bunny. "Can you sing us another song?" "Yeah, we'd like to hear another." "Encore." The crowd called out as Izuku stared at everyone in confusion. "You what?" Izuku asked, eyes wide. "Izuku, sing another song. One from the same artist." Vanilla called out, as Izuku thought about another song. Nickelback wasn't very famous after he lost his fans. Izuku said, looking concerned and worried. "We want another song." The group called out. "Oh okay, but it'll be a sad song in my eyes though," Izuku said, as the crowd happily let out screams of elation. Izuku then looked at the drummer and began to play his guitar. He knew he could play the song without the drummer and allowed them to get a little break, so before he began to play another song, he drank some water that was right next to him. "Well, I know the feeling of finding yourself stuck out on the ledge, and there ain't no healing from cutting yourself on the jagged edge. I'm telling you that it's never that bad. Take it from someone who's been where you're at, laid out on the floor, and you're not sure you can take this anymore, so just give it one more try to a lullaby, and turn this up on the radio, and if you can hear me now, I'm reaching out to let you know that you're not alone, and you can't tell I'm scared as hell, 'cause I can't get you on the telephone, so just close your eyes, close your eyes. Oh, honey, here comes a lullaby, your very own lullaby. Please let me take you out of the darkness and into the light, 'cause I have faith in you that you're gonna make it through another night. Stop thinking about the easy way out. There's no need to go and blow the candle out, because you're not done. You're far too young, and the best is yet to come. So just give it one more try to a lullaby, and turn this up on the radio. If you can hear me now, I'm reaching out to let you know that you're not alone, and if you can't tell, I'm scared as hell, 'cause I can't get you on the telephone. So just close your eyes, close your eyes. Oh, honey, here comes a lullaby, your very own lullaby." Once the chorus of the song is over once more, everyone had tears in their eyes as they watched as Izuku's voice became soft once more. The music moved along with him, staying in a soft tone as it slowly began to build back up to the crescendo into a new climax again. Well, everybody's hit the bottom, everybody's been forgotten. When everyone's tired of being alone, yeah, everyone's feeling abandoned and left a little empty-handed. So if you're out, barely there, hanging on, just give it one more try to a lullaby, and turn this up on the radio. If you can hear me now, I'm reaching out to let you know that you're not alone, and if you can't tell, I'm scared as hell, 'cause I can't get you on the telephone. So just give it one more try to a lullaby, and turn this up on the radio. If you can hear me now, I'm reaching out to let you know that you're not alone, and if you can't tell, I'm scared as hell, 'cause I can't get you on the telephone. So just close your eyes, close your eyes. Oh, honey, here comes a lullaby, your very own lullaby. Oh, honey, here comes a lullaby, your very own lullaby." As Izuku sang the last part of the song, he felt his breath leaving his mouth in small bursts. Looking up at the crowd, he found that most of them were showing their love towards the music by throwing their arms in the air and cheering him on. He let out a small smile on his face as he looked over at Vanilla, who smiled at him, but he could see that in her eyes that there was concern behind them, but she wouldn't voice them right now. Looking to Cream and her chows, they were smiling at him and extremely excited as they happily waved at him, along with General standing next to her nodding his head. Thank you all for coming here. I didn't think that anyone would like to hear me sing. I hope you all have a good rest of your day," Izuku said, stuttering through his words. As Izuku left the stage, he gathered his belongings before he felt a presence land behind himself. He froze in place before he felt two objects land on his back, their soft and round nature cluing him in on who this was as he gulped slightly before turning his head to take in their appearance. That was before a mouth was seen right next to one of his overly large ears as a feminine voice spoke in his ear, one that was seductive and familiar. "Well, leave it to you, to make my heart twinge in happiness. I thought that you'd never leave that house," Rouge the Bat whispered in his ear. This solicited the reaction that she had been wanting, as somehow. Izuku's face became an erupted mess of red colors. All before his eyes became swirls, but he stayed awake as Rouge continued her speech in his ear as she sensually moved her gloved hands across his smaller frame. You are definitely packing somewhere," Rouge said, before blowing wind into his ear. The feeling of her voice and breath moving through his head set an immediate effect, causing him to fall onto his back. The swirls were still in his eyes, but he was completely unconscious with a dopey grin on his face as his left leg kicked out in a small twitch as Rouge smirked at her work all before picking the bunny boy up. Placing him on her shoulder, she smiled as she wrapped his guitar over her generous bust before walking towards the exit where Vanilla and the others were waiting for her. Walking through the door, she saw Vanilla look in her direction before letting out an exasperated sigh as she moved towards the vampire bat woman. "One of these days you're going to give him a heart attack. Just make sure that you treat him well when you eventually tell him," Vanilla said, as Rouge smirked. "A lady never tells another who she likes. Especially not me, but I will take your advice to heart. I want to tell him how I feel but think this isn't the time," Rouge said, waving her hand at the rabbit mother. "Well, spend some time with him at the house. You are welcome there whenever you want," Vanilla said, patting Rouge's head. With the two separating, and Izuku inside Vanilla's vehicle, with Cream looking at him with concern. The rabbit family left with Vector hitching a ride from Vanilla to get back home since he had somehow walked all the way here in order to hear Izuku sing. As they all drove off into the distance, a portal of purple and red origin had appeared on a nearby hill as something was spat out of it. They landed on the ground with deft skills. Looking around their certain area, they took in their surroundings, finding a small town not too far away before they closed their eyes, sensing energies. They came back to this world again. I swear Sonic better not have forced them to appear here, a feminine-looking Mobian said, as she pulled out a box. Inside said box were empty spaces where what appeared to be emeralds were supposed to be sitting. They were square in nature, and there was 7 spaces missing their respective emerald to complete the box itself. Looking at the car zooming off into the distance, she felt the energy of the sleeping boy and found that it was similar to the energies of the emeralds she was searching for. Her feline face became slightly angered at how he had them before she schooled her features. She didn't wish to come across as rude. She just needed to go to where she sensed his energy and ask for him to give them back. "Hey, so you know this is the place where I live, right?" a familiar voice asked. "Sonic, I know that you live here. So do what you wish, I have a job to do," the feminine cat said, as she rushed in the direction of Vanilla and her family. The drive back to the house was quiet but peaceful for the rabbit family. After they had dropped off Vector at his home, he bade his farewells as he entered his apartment complex, allowing the rabbit family to drive home. As Vanilla and Cream were talking to one another animatedly about Izuku's potential as a professional singer, Izuku himself was thinking about what he should do about Rouge. The vampire bat Mobian had been getting more and more seductive towards him as of late. And he clearly didn't know about what love and crushes were since he'd never met a girl who was similar to Rouge who gave him these feelings in his heart. Shaking his head away from those thoughts, he thought back to those weird emeralds that had arrived at Vanilla's home just a few days prior. The fact that their presence caused him to take a deep dive into his memories was concerning. Not only that, but they clearly could empower him if he decided to let their power overwhelm him. Thinking back on it now, he supposed that they were some kind of powerful stone that could give him far more power than he could ever desire, but even then he didn't wish to use them. Looking at the city coming into view as they took a road to get off and away from the bustling city, he watched as the trees passed by the rabbit vehicle. A small smile entering his expression as he felt nature completely surround him. Within a few minutes they had finally returned home as Vanilla and Cream were animatedly still talking. Opening the door, they entered the dark house as they turned on the lights to the living room before pausing frozen in shock. Izuku was about to walk up behind them when Vanilla had placed a palm at his chest before looking him in the eye with concern. "Izuku, I need you to stay out here for a few minutes, all right?" Vanilla asked, as Izuku tilted his head. "Is something wrong?" Izuku asked, as Vanilla gave him a pleading expression. "It's not something you should place yourself in the center of. I need you to go explore around the forest, make sure that there isn't any badniks anywhere," Vanilla said, holding the door shut behind her. "Are you sure you don't need my help?" Izuku asked, as Vanilla nodded. "Okay, I guess I can go take a look around," Izuku said, walking towards the forest. With that, Vanilla entered the house once more to take a gander at what her daughter had come across. Cream was looking over the human girl with worry on her expression, and she glanced up at her with nothing more than confusion as well as worry before asking her a question she knew was coming. "Mommy, what is that white stuff coming out of her petal?" Cream asked, as Vanilla sighed. "It's something that you'll find out when you're older, okay?" Vanilla said, giving her daughter a pleading look. "Okay, mother, do you want me to start making dinner with you?" Cream asked, completely bouncing around the room softly. "Sure thing, Cream. Just make sure to not be too noisy," Vanilla said, as she picked up the naked girl. "Yay," Cream said, rushing off. Vanilla sighed to herself as she walked towards the spare bedroom in the house that Izuku helped her create a month prior. They had expected that some people could come over and stay the night as they loved hanging around Cream and the other children. Not only that, but Vanilla was kind of hoping to adopt another child from those who had been orphaned due to Eggman's whole idea of taking over the world through the metal virus. She growled to herself silently as she laid the young girl on the bed as she helped cover her body. She clearly was not in the right state of mind due to how her very lewd expression on her face was showing, or she had been taken advantage of by someone or something recently. But there was a very major problem that Vanilla had noticed about the girl in front of her. She'd never seen the girl before and was very concerned about where she popped out of in order to get into her home. There was no signs of breaking into the house, so the girl couldn't have been a thief. That job was gifted directly to Rouge what with her love of gems and many of the other emeralds around the world. But from how she saw the bruises on the girl's form, she was very much hoping that the girl wasn't abused both physically and sexually, since she would probably suffer from PTSD episodes. As she continued to watch over the sleeping girl, Cream entered the room with some food and tea on a small plate as Gemerald had entered with her as well. They worried over the sleeping girl as they focused on the task at hand, keeping Izuku away from the girl for the moment. 0W0. Izuku moved through the forest as he took in the peace of the nature living not far from where they all lived. He smiled at all the flickies and animals that moved about the place looking for a new place to sleep or play with one another. He sat down underneath a tree as he pushed his back against the trunk of it as he sighed in relief. Finally he was safe and there was nothing that could stop him from taking a nap without anyone interrupting him. As his eyes fluttered closed, the animals of the forest took their places near him as they rested next to him. His gentle aura as he slept allowed the animals who were fearful of him at the start when they first saw him gave them the courage to move closer to him and sniff his sleeping form. And as they began to play with one another around his legs, using them as a jungle gym, a butterfly fluttered in the air as it made its way over towards him before it landed on his little nose. As it softly landed on his nose, his brows scrunched up a little before he went back into his deep slumber. The butterfly noticed his movement before it decided to fly off and began its journey to continue its own life cycle before something moved past it, slowly making their way to the sleeping rabbit. His chest rose and fell as he slept soundly against the tree as the new arrival stood next to him, their tail flicking about left and right before they reached down towards him. Izuku felt something brushing against his chest before his eyes started to open, slowly taking in the new person in front of him. His green eyes revealed themselves to the person in front of him, and the cat stared at him with a neutral expression on their face as they spoke to him now that he was awake. "Hello there, little rabbit. Can you tell me why you have the energy of the Sol emeralds on your form?" The cat questioned, with a slight tap of her foot. What?" Izuku asked, confused. "You were bathed in the energy of the Sol emeralds. I am asking how you managed to have that happen to you. They have never accepted someone other than myself," the cat said, as Izuku tilted his head a little, making his ears droop. "Sol emeralds. What are they?" "See, can you tell me what they look like?" Izuku asked, slowly becoming worried. "The Sol Emeralds are what keep the dimension that I come from hidden from all who wish to enter. The only ways you can enter the dimension itself is either through the Sol Emeralds themselves, or you come near death," the cat said, as Izuku nodded. I don't know what they look like though," Izuku said, as the cat pulled out a box. Inside the box was 7 missing emeralds, but there was something that was very familiar about those spaces for Izuku. They had been in the shapes of squares or rectangles with multiple edges to represent their unusual, edged nature, and it was that which got Izuku to immediately remember those weird emeralds that appeared in his room the other day. Standing up, not too abruptly enough to where the cat in front of him would perceive him as a threat, he dusted himself off. I think I have come across them. A light blue gem appeared in my room the other day, and it caused a weird mirage to happen in front of me and Vanilla Cousin," Izuku said, as he walked towards the house once again. "Okay, can you please make sure that you deliver them to me? I'll stay outside whilst you deliver them to me," the cat asked, as she made sure that Izuku was the one in control the entire time. She didn't wish to make him scared of her and have him run off. Not like he would get very far with how she could sense the energy of the Sol Emeralds on his person, especially since his body practically radiate the power of the Sol Emeralds. Following him to the house where he supposedly lived, she found that it was a nice little home in the woods, not too far away from civilization but enough out of the way that if any attacks happened it wouldn't be too far of a trek to get there to help out. What is your name be by the way?" Izuku asked, as the cat nodded at him. "My name is Blaze the cat, and I'm the princess of the Sol dimension," she said, as Izuku stared at her in awe. "I didn't think I'd ever meet another princess before," Izuku muttered to himself, unaware that Blaze heard him. "Cute," she thought to herself as Izuku opened the door to the house. "I'll be back, they're in my bedroom," Izuku said, as Blaze nodded. As Izuku entered the house, Blaze moved over to the wall outside of the building as she leaned against it. She heard a commotion inside the house as Izuku's voice raised a little to let whoever else was inside know what he was doing before he showed up at the door again with a small box. Opening it up, Blaze noticed the Sol Emeralds that were all collected inside of it before glancing up at Izuku, who was smiling at her with a very happy expression. I'm so glad that we found who these belong to. I didn't know what to do with them, especially after that weird memory plane it showed me," Izuku said, as Blaze took them back into her possession before pausing. "Wait, what are you talking about?" Blaze asked, curious. The light blue emerald, it forced me to relive my memories. They weren't that good to go through again," Izuku said, rubbing the back of his head in embarrassment. "You can use the Sol Emeralds?" she asked, bewildered. "And not that I know of. They didn't really empower me. I was forced into a memory plane when I touched the light blue one, but now that you're here, why you can take them back," Izuku said, as though he were trying to hurry her out of there. "Show me," Blaze said, tone neutral. What?" Izuku asked, flinching. "Show me how you used the Sol Emerald," she said, expectantly. I'd rather not go through that again, ma'am. So can you just leave please? Why you already got your emeralds back? I just got back from a very hard racing concert," Izuku asked, as Blaze sighed. "Next time we meet, I will be asking you to use the Sol Emerald in the way that gave you those memories," Blaze said, as Izuku nodded in fear. Grabbing the emeralds and placing them back in her little box, Blaze took off away from the house in a blaze of fire. Izuku looked confused by this for a moment before he closed the door and made his way back towards the bedroom where he set his belongings earlier. Just as he was about to enter his bedroom, the house's roof was pulled off by a gigantic robot as it immediately grabbed Izuku as he let out a yelp, garnering the attention of Vanilla. "Izuku!" Vanilla screamed, as she rushed over to his bedroom. "Vanilla-san!" Izuku screamed as he held out a hand towards the woman. The two reached out for each other's gloved hands before the robot pulled him away from her. It began to walk away towards the city, as Vanilla screamed in horror at what in the hell had just happened to Izuku. Not only did they have a concert that Izuku was emotionally and very physically tired from, but they had another visitor who came for the emeralds that they had found. Pulling her phone from her pocket, she called the Freedom Fighter HQ. Freedom Fighter HQ, what can I do for you today, ma'am? A familiar voice rang out. Dr. Eggman had just kidnapped Izuku. Get Sonic and his friends to save him. Vanilla practically screamed through the phone. Don't worry, ma'am, we've got Sonic on his way. Which direction did Eggman go? The voice asked, calm but very strained. Towards Central City, Vanilla said, as tears fell from her eyes. We'll do everything we can in order to save him, ma'am. Just be prepared for the worst to happen. The voice said, as Vanilla nodded her head knowing the person on the other line wouldn't hear. Jay, just please, make sure that he's safe. He's suffered enough. Vanilla said, tears flowing from her eyes. Like I said, ma'am, we'll do everything we can to save your son. The voice said, as they hung up. Mother, where is Big Brother? Cream asked, her chow right behind her. Big Brother was just kidnapped by Eggman. Why I don't know. But know this, sweetie, Sonic and his friends are on their way. Vanilla said, as Cream felt hope surge through her body. Big Brother is strong, mother. He'll be sure to escape soon enough. Cream said, her chow exclaiming this with her. What would I ever do without you, Cream? Come here, Vanilla said, as she pulled her child into her arms. 0W0. Izuku struggled to escape from the gigantic cage that the robot had placed him within. He glared at Eggman as the scientific man happily laughed in his face whilst messing with his bushy mustache. Hello, little one, it's been a long while since we first met. Get a load of this, Eggman said, pointing a weird weapon at him. The weapon glowed ominously at Izuku as a red aura overcame the room. Izuku's face showing bewilderment as well as worry as the laser began to charge even more energy into itself. As Izuku stared at the red laser forming in front of his face, he glared at Eggman as the genius glared into his eyes. He pulled the laser gun away as he smirked in Izuku's direction before depositing him into a cage that was designed to take the power slowly from his body. Izuku felt the power within himself slowly begin to be drained as he watched Eggman leave the room that he had placed Izuku inside of as the young bunny searched for a way to get out. That was when he noticed something off in the corner of the room he was trapped within. Off in the corner, there was blue eyes staring directly at him as Izuku's attention was brought to them, and they looked eerily familiar to him as he focused his eyesight on the person. All before they stepped out of the shadows revealing themselves, it was Sally Acorn. Except there was something off about her appearance, her eyes transformed from their blue color to a crimson red, not too dissimilar to Metal Sonic. No, Izuku mumbled in extreme shock. Please tell me it's not true. Sally, Izuku asked, as he stared at the chipmunk-turned robot. I serve Dr. Eggman. Now, do not speak to me, the robotic Sally said, as she turned away from him. How did Eggman get you? Izuku asked, as the robotic form turned and took aim at him with her wrist-mounted gun. I told you to not speak to me, the robot said, as Izuku sat back down. Sitting back down in his cage, Izuku watched as the robotic version of Sally had gone back into her original position. A charging port that allowed her to recharge their full energy reserves as Izuku sat as his energy was slowly sapped from his body through the cage he was stuck within. As he tried to escape from his miniature prison, he used his lightning powers to try and break through the metallic bars only to have that large portion of power he'd been able to use siphoned from his body faster than Sonic could say chili dog. Left panting and exhausted from having his power used as a charging area, Izuku decided to lay down on the ground. He had become lethargic after multiple tries of escaping from his little cage, that only resulted in having his lightning powers siphoned from his body. So as he decided to rest before he'd get back up later on in order to try another escape plan again, the robotic Sally Acorn glanced at him after she had fully charged up her energy. She watched as the bunny attempted to break free from his little jail cell multiple times over the course of multiple hours of trial and error and stayed silent throughout it all. Eggman had been using her eyes as a recording device to see how powerful Izuku was. And to see that after about an hour of rest after each and every attempt to escape, he was seemingly back to full power, even with his power being siphoned as he slept. That made Eggman believe that Izuku could be an infinite power source for his new empire that he had been thinking up. All he had to do was keep Izuku hidden from those filthy freedom fighters. And once he'd managed to create his empire, he'd finally end the pitiful existence that was Izuku. He may have no soul, but that doesn't mean he wishes to see children suffer. Over time, however, Izuku had continued his efforts to escape from the metallic lightning siphoning cage. And Izuku was slowly running out of ideas to break free from the cage he was placed within after Eggman had left to take care of something else within his gigantic base of operations. From the looks of everything, in Izuku's perspective at least, nobody was coming to save him, not that he really even thought that nobody would. It was just the hopelessness of the situation that was causing him to think that over what felt like a few days of not being saved by Sonic the Hedgehog, the supposedly fastest thing alive. Shaking his head at the harsh thoughts towards the hedgehog, Izuku refocused his efforts to escape from his little prison. And in a case of supremely impossible hysterical strength, he'd powered himself enough that he tore through the metallic bars and leapt through the opening he had created. Landing on the ground in a huff, Izuku looked over at Sally's location within the room. Feeling a little sorry for what had originally come of her, he stared at her seemingly sleeping state. Walking over to her charging port, he placed a hand on the door of it as he watched her appear to be sleeping. "I'm sorry that this happened to you, that nobody was there to save you. Sonic would be so sad when he finds out about this," Izuku mumbled as he moved to leave the room. When he left the room, however, the lights within the metallic Sally's body lit up. And watched as the bunny had left the room with alarm on the eyes features before contacting Eggman about the breakout of the boys' prison. Greater than W less than. Walking about the Eggman base, Izuku had felt as though eyes were on him at all angles. He kept looking over his shoulder, as a brief flash of Eggman's grin on his face and pointing a laser pistol at him around each corner he made constantly came to the forefront of his mind. Just as he was about to turn around another corner, he found a few badniks that were just standing around as they scanned the area. That was when Izuku knew that Eggman found out that he'd escaped from his little prison. So as he took off in the opposite direction of the badniks, he looked for a way out of the base. But each and every direction he went was as though he were walking through a maze. It was getting nauseating when he found the same pile of broken pieces of rubble nearby that he'd placed down. Turning around another corner again, he suddenly felt a brief flash of metallic Mobians appear in front of him as his eyes immediately went into hyperdrive mode as he immediately entered a combat stance. Shaking his head, however, it showed him that the Mobians that had been infected with the metal virus had just been that, a flash of a memory. Shivering slightly at how he was suddenly having such a harsh memory lapse, he thought of only one thing that could be causing this kind of stress within his head. PTSD. Apparently fighting an army of creatures that could tear you limb from limb and infect you with a mere touch causes a lot of mental trauma. Trauma that Izuku had never gotten checked for since he had been at the forefront with Sonic and the others fighting against the constant hordes of seemingly undead Mobians just roboticized. He continued down the path as it led him to a hangar bay within the base of operations, and hearing some talking from nearby, Izuku hid behind some large boxes that were conveniently nearby. He then listened to whoever was talking to one another as one of the voices were very familiar to him. "For the last time, I will not be humiliated. Gather your forces and send them after that blasted Team Dark. I don't need you to come back to me with reports of how close they are to my base. I need results." Eggman's voice rang out in the room. "Sorry, Eggman, but we just can't defeat them all. There's at least 3 of them, and one of them is Shadow the Hedgehog," one of the robots said, its voice holding no remorse or fear within it, just stating facts. "I don't care about if one of them is Shadow the Hedgehog. Or if the other 2 are people who used to work with me. Kill them or I will dismantle you to create someone who can give me more results," Eggman said, as he stomped away from the room. Holding his ears down, Izuku peeked over the boxes he had been hiding behind. He saw Eggman leaving the room as he looked at the robots that had informed Eggman that their mission to stop Team Dark was impossible. They were clones of what appeared to be Omega. Izuku tilted his head at that as he watched the robot clones wilt a little on the outside before moving to follow the genius scientist's plan and prepare to head out. Following after them, Izuku hopped onto the back of one of them as they took off through the exit gate of the hangar bay. And as he flew off towards the direction of what he assumed was Team Dark, he never noticed a blue blur coming towards the base of operations. Greater than W less than greater than W less than. As the flight over to where Team Dark were located had gotten longer, Izuku felt his arms getting tired. He had been holding onto one of the robots for about an hour now and he hadn't had anything to eat in a few days at best. So as he looked at the ground, he let go of one of the robots as it continued to fly over the world he was on at the moment before landing on the ground with a grunt and tumbled to the ground. Shaking his head, he took in his surroundings. He was in the sandy zone that was filled with multiple pyramids in the distance and assumed that Team Dark must have been nearby this place if the robots were coming in this direction. So as he moved forwards, he decided to try and keep pace with the flying robots as they closed in on the Eggman base within the pyramids in the distance. Why Eggman built a base inside some pyramids, Izuku would never continue to ask, just to believe that the man liked having his presence everywhere on Mobius. As he closed in on the base within the pyramids, Izuku noticed that some of the robots heading for Team Dark had taken notice of his presence. And turning around to head after him, Izuku entered a combat stance in a bid to prepare for a fight against these robots. The first couple of robots had launched at him that he dodged and slid under the first couple of them that sent a robotic arm telegraphing their strike that allowed him to dodge their swift strikes. Ducking under another robotic arm, Izuku grabbed it and spun around in a circle, slamming it into its brethren and tossing it into a larger group of them as a whole. Jumping back to avoid some missiles that were blasted from the group of them. Izuku had pulled an arm out and summoned some lightning to arc across his body, covering himself in a cowl of sparking electricity as he launched himself at the group of robots. Sliding underneath one of the robots, he slammed his fist upwards, blasting the robot upwards into the sky with a loud explosion of force that revealed his location to the other robots that had gotten a bit further away. Turning his attention to the next couple of robots, he swiftly took them down with speed that seemed to be close to Sonic but really wasn't. As he fought in the small cluster of robots, he never noticed a flying Mobian looking down at him with concern and worry. She flew away before he could take note of their presence as Izuku forced the robots backwards as they slowly began to overwhelm him with their sheer numbers. He slammed his gloved fist into another robot as it exploded in front of him, the pieces of it flying past him as he panted from exhaustion from fighting for a long while without anything to eat or drink. He was then punted by one of the robots before being grabbed by the neck from another and slammed into the ground. Glaring at the robots as they glared at him with their red eyes, something appeared high in the air behind the group of robots, catching Izuku's attention. It was a black hedgehog who had red quills hanging off the back of his regular black quills that gave him a more darkened appearance. His red eyes glowed with the power of his speed. And he slammed into the robot holding him on the ground before kicking it away into another group of robots before landing on the ground in front of him. He extended his hand and helped the bunny up as the two placed their backs on one another as they looked at their increased numbers of enemies. "So you're the kid from that concert. I didn't think that Eggman had it in him to kidnap children," the hedgehog said, as Izuku glanced at him. "Sorry for not recognizing you, but who are you?" Izuku asked, rightfully wary of the hedgehog. "The name's Shadow, part of Team Dark. Let's take these guys out and return you back to Vanilla," Shadow said, as Izuku nodded. The two worked together to fight off the remaining robots, even getting help from Rouge, who had arrived on the scene. She had brought with her another badnik who had apparently defected from Eggman's team of things and was working with the duo. Not that Izuku really cared, the robot however was showing he really liked Izuku's presence as well. His banter with Izuku during their fight with the remnants of Eggman's robots had been pretty funny to listen to as well. Once the robots were completely destroyed, they were all preparing to take a small break. That was before Eggman himself had arrived in a gigantic mechanical monstrosity that even Izuku felt his arms twitch in fear at before shaking his head and preparing for another fight. "So you managed to escape from your little cage. You're stronger than I thought, Rabbit," Eggman said, as Izuku tilted his head. "I thought I was a bunny," Izuku said, as Eggman just stared at him. "Your ears are overly large, you're a rabbit," Eggman said, as Izuku shook his head. "I think I'm a bunny," Izuku retorted as Eggman shook his own head. "I'm not having an argument with someone who works with my enemies. You all stole my power source for my new Eggman Empire, and I will get him back," Eggman called out. The machine powered up as it attacked the squad with tremendous power and speed. Izuku was barely able to jump out of the way in time as Rouge and the robot who worked with them had managed to fly out of the way of its attack. Shadow had done the opposite of them and had actually been hit. As he was sent flying into one of the nearby pyramids, Izuku leapt at Eggman's machine and used his electric attacks to power his strikes as he landed what he thought were powerful strikes against the mecha, only for those attacks to seemingly power it up even more. He was then swatted away into the nearby forest as he bounced across the ground as though he were nothing more than a rag doll. He smacked into a particularly stronger tree than the others that he'd crashed through a large surge of pain growing up his back. Rouge and the robot from before landed nearby as they pulled him up to his feet, and Izuku felt as though he was only going to be a burden on the trio of fighters. I'm sorry for making him stronger. Izuku apologized. Don't worry kid, we've come here to get you home anyway. Omega, you keep Shadow and Eggman busy with one another, Rouge said, as she lifted Izuku up to his feet. He wobbled a little bit as Omega had rushed off to fight Eggman once again. Shadow having finished with his recuperation to fight Eggman once again as the two turned the forest around them into a war zone with Rouge showing Izuku the way out of the forest. The two rushed through the trees of the forest as Shadow and Omega's fight with Eggman had drawn closer to the two as they made their attempts to escape from the sandy zone that belonged to Eggman. Just as the two were about to leave the forest, they found a giant golden ring. Looking at it, Izuku glanced at Rouge, who smirked at him in a seductive way that made his heart flutter each time he saw it. His ears twitched a little before he reached out for the giant ring, all before a robotic hand grabbed his body and yanked him back into the forest as he let out a yelp and scream of fear. Rouge immediately called out to him and flew towards him as fast as she could, but Izuku had been gone once again as she cursed herself internally. With Izuku, he was constantly pulled back towards the fight between Omega teaming up with Shadow against Eggman. They had managed to defeat the gigantic robot on their own, but now were dealing with a robot that could easily handle their powers alone. And the robotic arm that held onto him had arrived and slammed back into the missing port where the arm was supposed to be, with Eggman laughing harder than anything he'd heard before. Ho, 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 I have my power source once more, and I will be placing him at the heart of this machine to power it. Try and defeat me now, Shadow, Eggman called out, as a small portion of the robot opened up. Izuku struggled in the arm that held onto him as it slowly moved towards the open port. He tried everything he could in order to prevent whatever was happening to him in the moment, but nothing seemed to work for him until he noticed something flying towards him. No, there was multiple items flying towards him at high speeds, and why did they give him a sense of déjà vu? The weird objects soon floated around him in a circle, similar to how the Chaos Emeralds surrounded Sonic many times in the past. Izuku then recognized their shape as well as power that had once given him a small boost in strength in the past when he'd first grabbed one. It was the Sol Emeralds. They all floated towards his head before all the memories of his life leading up to this moment flashed through his mind. No matter how hard he tried to keep them at bay, he had to witness each and every memory before he came out of it with his body feeling so empowered that he didn't know what to do with it. By now he was so close to the port that he just opened the arm that had been holding him with ease and climbed out of it. Jumping from the offending limb and causing Shadow, Omega and Eggman to stare at him in complete confusion as they took in his new state. Izuku noticed them staring at him in confusion as he looked down at his body, only to find that he had seemingly adopted a new color around his body. His fur was now a light black in color, bordering on a deep dark green far darker than his original emerald green coloring. Looking up, he saw his reflection in the shiny body of Eggman's new mecha, and he had to say he looked really cool looking, even with the greenish-black flames floating around himself. Feeling a little confused on that, he pulled an arm back and thrusted it forwards at Eggman as the green and black flames overtook the gigantic mecha that Shadow and Omega had so much trouble dealing with. It was so hot that the metal was becoming overheated and melting the metals that Eggman used to create the mecha. So much so to the point that Eggman had launched his small mobile machine that floated in the air out of the mecha and floated away to a position that was safe from the heat of the mecha. Within minutes, the mechanical monstrosity that Eggman had created was reduced to a silver and black goo that was slowly dissolving on the ground due to the cold air around it. Eggman, however, stared at the bunny with a new expression, one that borderlines on pure fury. He reached out for his laser gun and pointed it at Izuku, who immediately sensed the oncoming threat and created a flaming barrier of green and black flames to protect him. Eggman laughed at the try of protection and shot his laser, only for the laser to bounce off the weird flaming shield as though nothing had happened. He asked, confused and looking at his gun. Izuku asked, looking at the flaming shield. Izuku Midoriya, a voice screamed across the world. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Please make sure to like and subscribe to the channel, and now we will see you in the next video.